website for the full list of Thanksgiving holiday recommendations and advisories from the CDC. Locally, our staff person who tested positive for COVID-19 in October has recovered and returned to work. There are 2 staff members who are currently exhibiting symptoms and in self-quarantine pending test results. The building remains open this week during the hours of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. To public traffic. All other meetings are by appointment only. The crisis management team of the township has a scheduled meeting this week to discuss any changes in staff operations or business hours as conditions worsen in the region. Please look for updates on the township website or in your inbox if you're subscribed to the Constant Contact listservs for information on any changes that may be implemented. As always, I'll conclude my report by thanking everybody for your patience and understanding as we recover from this unprecedented crisis. And I'm happy to respond to any questions or comments from the board.
Are there any questions for Dave?
Dave, this is Lisa. My internet is really shaky, so sorry if I cut out, and I'll probably turn my camera off now and then to stabilize my connection. Anyways, Dave, thanks for your report. You actually answered most of the questions I had ready. Just if you'd heard anything from the county level on changes in restrictions, anything like that, given also what the restrictions that Philadelphia put in place today. So thanks for that. I think you're right, directing people to the website and just reminding people of the easy measures we can take. And then also I wanted to just kind of mention, I think starting now and gearing up in the future, we just need to really start looking at our response as a township and our coordination with the region and the county in response to COVID. So I'm probably cutting out now, but I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I think we just probably need to bring that to the cause.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move to the next report, which is the University Area Joint Authority. We have Jonathan Dietz as our representative on that authority. He's here to give our update. You're muted, John.
You can all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Just wanted to be sure I'm using a hotspot to get into here today. So limited reception. Yeah, UAJ continues to operate effectively. The flows for the month of October were being discharged. We're about 3 million gallons per day. The permit effluent limit is 6, but the inflow to the treatment plant was a little over 5 million gallons per day. So without the beneficial reuse, pulling off 2 million gallons per day, the plant would be a lot closer to their permit limit. With respect to activities going on at UAJ, there's phase 2 of the solar panel project, which involves installation of an additional 15 acres of solar panels to generate energy credits and electricity. So that's one of a number of projects that UAJ has undertaken over the past number of years. They're projects that are designed to offset in the future. Even though they have a high capital cost today, they'll offset future operating costs and help UAJ maintain the current rates with limited increases to the ratepayers. Another project such as it's now in a conceptual preliminary design phase is UAJ will be moving from composting to an anaerobic digestion process to produce biomethane and potentially sell that biomethane on the market. Again, for green credits similar to the solar panels. I'd also note that the solar panel program is also benefiting UAJ from a nutrient basis and their effluent limits on nitrogen. Discussions continue with DEP and US EPA on how to address nitrogen credits for a wastewater treatment plant discharging to the Chesapeake Bay. So in other words, UAJ is on the front edge of this. No other wastewater treatment plant has come up with this approach, but if we start thinking about it from that perspective, this might be another benefit to wastewater treatment plants to offset nitrogen loading and effluent limits on nitrogen, and also, you know, enable them to install solar panels for that benefit. I guess the couple other projects that are ongoing that are of interest to Ferguson Township is the beneficial reuse extension line that continues to move forward, and also the Greenbrier project. Review of reports indicate that an additional 8 homes were connected in the last month, and my understanding from on that project is it should finish by the end of the year, unless additional individuals within Greenbrier decide to connect prior to the deadline. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for John? I just had a quick one because I haven't been in touch the last few weeks. What's the status of the Scott Road upgrade?
Scott Road has that project has been approved by DEP under the Act 537 plan. They're actually in surveying, evaluation of right-of-ways, and so on for that project to move forward into design. One of the things I will also mention, since it is of concern, you know, to a number of the authorities and municipalities, is I did take a look at this month's financial records, and, you know, just so everybody is aware, you know, yes, revenue is being impacted by COVID at UAJ, but it's not that bad. It's about 6% decrease in revenues over the amount that UAJ should have received at this point in time. So we'll just wait and see how the end of the year transpires and where those are. But I guess the other part of this is, you know, from a budgetary basis, UAJ has gone through a budgetary process, has increased the tap-in fees by a standard rate related to the construction index. I guess this week we'll hear about the budget and get a determination of whether ratepayers' quarterlies are going to increase or not. You know, that's something UAJ tends to try and control very religiously. And, you know, generally speaking, UAJ's increases in to the ratepayers is nominal, if at all, from year to year. So, you know, the executive staff does an excellent job at UAJ in managing and controlling costs. And again, as I had mentioned, there's a number of capital projects that are going to happen at UAJ, one of which is anaerobic digestion, with the intent of is those capital cost expenditures and the low cost of borrowing money now will equate to cost control and operating costs and maintaining ratepayers' costs in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions for John? Seeing none, thanks for service
Great.
on the authority and for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the tree canopy survey results report from Save a Tree. Is that, not sure
Yes,
who's
I
here
believe-
for that.
Oh, Dave,
I can
I'm
introduce
sure
it.
you can introduce, but go ahead.
You want me to introduce it, Dave?
Sure, if you want to introduce anybody who's on the call from Save a Tree.
Sure. Yep. So Township, through our consultant, has completed our first ever tree canopy survey. Of the results we're going to present to you tonight. Purpose of the tree canopy survey is to better understand and be able to manage our urban forest. And on the call with us tonight, 3 people. We have Daniel Bunner with Save a Tree, Nina Safavi with the University of Vermont Spatial Analysis Lab, and Jarlath O'Neill Dunn, University of Vermont Spatial Analysis Lab. So you'll see those visible in your Zoom box with their names. I believe you want to allow Jarlath to do a screen share, and Daniel may kick it off, or however you'd like to present it. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm happy to just say hello. You covered the introductions. Thanks for that. I'm Daniel Bunner with Save-A-Tree. I'm representing my director, Mike Galvin, on the call here to help from Save-A-Tree's end in any way we can. Jarlath, if you want to take it from here, he's going to go through a PowerPoint that sums up the tree canopy survey.
Thank you, and thanks. It's a real pleasure to present tonight, Mr. Chairman, along with the rest of the board, and I'm thrilled to be joined by my colleague, Nina Safavi, on this. And what we'd like to do tonight is to walk you through the tree canopy assessment that we've done for Ferguson. So this is the most detailed and accurate accounting of your tree canopy that's ever been done. And we did this across over about an 11-year time period from 2008 to 2019. So this assessment gives you an understanding of not only what you have right now, but how it's changed over time. And we hope this gives you insights and how you can better manage and make decisions around this important natural resource that you have. So just to give you your overall stats in the township, you've got over 14,400 acres of tree canopy, and that equates to around 47% of your land base. So you're very, very green. No surprising, of course, if you drive around town. And I also teach for Penn State online, so I come down to the State College area, right? Lovely area that you have, along with the hills and everything surrounding. And sorry, I'm from Vermont, so I can't say mountains because they get annoyed if I say anyone else has mountains, but really beautiful area that you have. When we look at the change from 2008 to 2019, what's really interesting is that nationally, some of you, if you've seen these reports coming out of the U.S. Forest Service, it's really showing that areas are losing tree canopy, and you folks are going the opposite way. You're gaining tree canopy. And we'd use really three measures of looking at how you gain in tree canopy. One is the absolute change, so going from sort of less than 46% to 47%, and the other is the relative change. This is like a financial calculation. So that's 2019 tree canopy minus 2008 divided by 2008. So that gives you a magnitude of change. But the story is a little bit more complex. We're seeing both gains and losses. So you gained about 900 acres of tree canopy, but also lost some tree canopy. And we'll show you some examples of how your urban forest and your natural forest has changed over time. But first, we wanted to get away with some of the key takeaway points about your urban forest. First of all, we're predicting, unlike many areas in the country that are seeing declines in tree canopy, that you folks will continue to gain tree canopy in the coming decade. And that this expansion of tree canopy is most likely going to be in these newly developed areas, so your new developments, where the trees are younger. And so your tree canopy is increasing, and urbanization is really a driving factor behind that. When we look at the time period for this study, it starts in 2008 and then goes to 2019. So in 2008, you had all these new developments with all these very small trees, and those trees are now in 2019 when we had the lost overhead imagery collected, and we'll show you some of those data. We really see that robust tree canopy. We also see that in your natural areas, in your more rural areas, the natural forest, those core forest areas are expanding slightly. The word of caution we have is that you do run the risk of having what's called the founder's effect, which is when a new development goes in, it's much like your home, right? Your home's all nice, everything's painted, and then you have kids, and then you're like me, you've got an English Mastiff who slobbers all over the place, and 2 rabbits, and 2 teenagers, and a 9-year-old, and things start falling down, right? So the same thing can happen with your tree canopy. If you're not careful, which means if you don't create an uneven aged forest, which is regular plant trees, your tree canopy can increase and increase, and then it can begin to decrease over time. So you're decades away from that, but now's the time to start thinking about that and continue those readily making those investments in your tree canopy. Oh, sorry, a little freeze here with the PowerPoint, just a second. Oh, sorry. Things slowed down. Just to keep aware of some other things that can influence your tree canopy: environmental factors, right? Invasive species, storms, climate change, all of these things could really impact how much you grow and could set you off in the wrong direction, right? A severe ice storm can do tremendous damage. And then there's things that you folks can do, right? How you handle your regulations. Maybe if you rezone some areas that have a lot of trees and they get removed, that can set you back a lot. And how you handle those new developments that go in and whether you're going to continue to sustain those trees going forward. So let's take a look at some of the examples of tree canopy mapping that we did for you folks. So I wanted to cue you in for an area now. And these are really beautiful data that you have, and we put tremendous time into doing the accurate mapping. So here we are near Blue Course Drive. You can see the golf course on one side, and over to the left there, some of the new developments. And I want to pause here and tell you what you're looking at. You're looking at a technology called LIDAR, short for light detection and ranging. So in 2008, the state of Pennsylvania worked with a contractor to fly a plane with a laser on it. Don't worry, the laser's perfectly safe. You don't even see it when it goes overhead, and it creates a 3D model. That's sort of that textured area that you see underneath. And we take that along with new LIDAR and imagery that were acquired from a plane in 2019, and we map the tree canopy change over time. So this is three-dimensional data. It's really amazing to look at. And what we do is we map the tree canopy from 2008 to 2019, and we bin it into three categories. No change means that the tree canopy hasn't changed from 2008, so that tree and its leaves were still there. Loss means between 2008 and 2019, that tree or those trees were removed. And then gain means that perhaps it was a tree that was newly planted before and was too small to detect, or maybe it's a tree that's just grown naturally and expanded its tree canopy. And what we can see within this area is how dynamic your urban forest is. You can see over on the left there, if we go from 2008 to 2019, you can see how in these new developments, right, all these trees that were just planted when the developments are now contributing tree canopy. We also see the expansion of natural forests, right, so succession. And at the same time, we see the removal of tree canopy, some of it due to construction and some of it due to reasons for which we're not sure. There's individual removals of trees on the golf course, right? And then in other areas, we see some clear examples, right, where they were cleared and you can see those new buildings underneath. And if we take a look at it on top of the 29 imagery, this is where you can see the new conditions, right? Can you even tell that some of these forests are going to continue to expand? So you've got a lot happening in your urban forest. And what we then do is we take these data, and they're very, very detailed, but we aggregate them up to units of analysis that you understand. So for example, in this particular case, what we have is we've overlaid your property parcel data so that with these data, which will pass over to your folks in the town, your mapping folks, your GIS folks, you can go to every single property and you click and you can find how much tree canopy is there right now, based on now being 2019 conditions, and also how much has changed over time. So let's take a holistic view at the township and see how tree canopy has changed. So this is your existing tree canopy as of 2019. The darker areas represent the areas of higher concentrations of tree canopy, and the brighter areas represent lower concentrations. I think no surprising here when you get into the hills that you all enjoy and you get out and recreate in, your heavily forested areas, they have a lot of tree canopy. And then you have some areas of rural residential and agriculture where you have open vegetated expanses that have less tree canopy, and also your urbanized areas, although they are greening, have relatively less amount of tree canopy. And then we can look at how the tree canopy has changed over time. Now, in this case, the orange doesn't necessarily mean you're losing tree canopy. It means you've sort of maybe lost a little bit or gaining. And the important thing to take away from this is as we get greener, we're looking at areas that have gained a lot of tree canopy. So your forested areas, right, those areas in the hills, those are natural systems. They're relatively stable in overall, which means trees fall down as they get aged or diseased, maybe a windstorm, but then other tree canopy fills in. So we generally don't see big shifts in tree canopy in those areas. Where we do see the big shifts quite often are these areas where we as humans are playing a role. So for example, your new developments, those urbanized areas, we're seeing a massive increase, sometimes in terms of 2019 minus 2008 divided by 2008, that relative change formula that I mentioned, we're seeing huge growth in tree canopy right now because these trees are in their prime growing space, right? They're sort of like my teenage son that's eating like 8 meals a day, right? And he seems to be growing inches, right, every week. Those trees are doing the same thing. They're really contributing to a growing tree canopy, and they're helping you out. They're reducing stormwater, reducing the urban heat island, providing a lot of important ecosystem services. If we look at this in different ways, like inside and outside of your growth boundary here, so this is your growth boundary, the lighter green being inside the growth boundary, darker green being out. No surprising here that most of your tree canopy, this is the first bar that you see here, is outside of the growth boundary. It's the more rural area. Inside of the growth boundary, the dark green here, you have less tree canopy. As a percentage of the land, you can see that there's more tree canopy as a percent of land in the outside of the growth boundary, less within. And then when we look at the change, we can see that outside of the growth boundary, there's a little bit of gain in tree canopy, but most of the gain is happening inside of the growth boundary. So development, based on the timing of this study, has led to an increase in tree canopy, right? Which is really interesting because when the development went in, all these trees got planted, and just due to the timing of the data that we have, we've captured that over time. Now, it's important to note that we were looking at the net change there, and here we can take a look at the individual gains and losses. And so both inside and outside of the growth boundary, it's important to note, as we saw in some of the examples early on, you're both gaining and losing tree canopy. It's not just all gains and nothing's coming down. And this is important to keep in mind because if gains ever start to outpace loss, so as your urban forest ages, especially in these developments, that can create a decreasing tree canopy for you. It's important to keep in mind, as you folks know, that you have considerable state-owned land, and that these state-owned lands, which are the dark green there, they have much higher percentages amounts of tree canopy, right? They're up in the hills there, they're forested areas, so you're looking at 92.5% versus the tree canopy in the city overall. So although township, so although your township tree canopy is 47%, it drops to just around 40% when you exclude those state-owned lands. But the good news is you're still seeing increases in tree canopy within the township areas. Now, one of the ways we like to look at tree canopy is how it relates to land use. So your mapping department maintains this land use layer here, which divides it into various categories. So you can see there's commercial land, there's residential, and then there's the ROW, or rights of way. And this is quite useful. Now, it's important to keep in mind that your residential both includes some of these new developments and some of these large rural properties here, right? So this encompasses a bunch of different land uses. We can zoom in there and we can see these examples here, especially the rights of way. And I think it's worth pointing out some of the interesting patterns that come out here. First, within your land uses, the residential category has these really big shifts. So, and we see that if we go back to some of the other analyses we were doing, that in the rural areas, we tend to see that residential tree canopy we see more losses of tree canopy in the rural residential areas than we do in some of the more urbanized ones. And there's a variety of factors that can go into that. But what is interesting is across the board, you're gaining tree canopy in all of your land uses. Super exciting. We do this work for cities all throughout North America, our team in Save-A-Tree. We rarely see this where all land uses are gaining tree canopy. Now, there's losses happening there, but it's really exciting. And so very, very interesting in terms of our work that we do all over the place. In terms of when we're looking at the relative changes of things, aggregate areas, what's really important are these vacant land areas. So these are including forests. And then when we look at the changes here, right, we can see that once again across the board, we're seeing both absolute and relative increases in tree canopy, but some of these are gaining much more than others. So overall, your very urbanized residential land is gaining a lot of tree canopy, but if you look at all residential land, which includes these rural areas, it's not gaining nearly as much. And then you've got things like utilities, which hardly have any tree canopy in them, but they've gained quite a bit of tree canopy. But overall, right, your residents and these vacant land uses are really important to you. But you're seeing increases across the board, which is really encouraging. We're going to end there so you can answer your questions, but I'd just like to point out that we summarize this by many, many, many different ways. We've got it summarized by zoning and parks and different urbanization categories and wards and everything. And we'll be passing all of this information on to your mapping department and your planning folks and public works so that they can use this to help you make informed decisions for the future. So Daniel, I don't know if you wanted to wrap up there and give your thoughts on some of the maintenance issues that the township should consider as they move forward.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you for going through all that, Jarlath. I appreciate it. I think the two key things to kind of recognize moving forward are when this data was collected. It was collected during a time of a lot of development, from what I can tell. And then we're seeing a lot of that growth in those newly planted trees that are now showing up. So it is, a very heavy growth in the tree canopy. And it's just something that shouldn't be relied on going forward unless you're planning to continue developing open areas such as agricultural land into more residential properties. So just a grain of salt along with that. Outside of that, this data is a very powerful tool, but it does not give you all the information that you could potentially need for making decisions moving forward. I think a very important supplemental piece to this project is on-site field observations on some of the canopy around the entire municipality in order to identify any big pest or disease issues that may come along that could dramatically impact what you're dealing with. Outside of that, those are the two pieces I had. I think Jarlath, covered everything pretty well. If there's any questions, we're happy to help.
Okay, are there any questions?
I don't have any questions, Steve. It's Laura. I have some comments.
Okay, go right ahead.
I wanted to first say thank you. I was really looking forward to this presentation, and I'm going to say it kind of blew my mind because all the things I was thinking about, it was kind of that and just a lot more. And I really appreciate the lenses that you used to help show us this information. I would say something that's really surprising to me, and then once you presented it is not at all surprising, is the growth of the so-called urban forest, and then the needs that will come along with that. And I think that this will be helpful when we're budgeting and we're considering tree maintenance and care of that urban forest. And then I'll add that I think that this data is going to be very useful to inform us as we continue to have a discussion about parks and open space and stormwater management and green transportation. So I don't know, I appreciate it. I think it's a great tool. And I look forward to sharing it with our advisory bodies.
Our pleasure. Thank you for the nice comments. Definitely good to hear them.
We did present this information to the tree commission this evening, and while it doesn't answer every question, I'm confident we can get there. We have the data sets, and we can do some overlays in-house to help answer questions and help people, as you move forward thinking about policy and maintenance and whatnot. So,
yes, thank you, Dave, very much. I would love for the Parks Committee to also be able to have this information shared, even if it's just a link to our meeting tonight and an invitation to watch the presentation and maybe have a brief follow-up discussion, just so we all are on the same page with the information and draw some implications for them about stormwater potential and maybe grants and the kinds of things we've been starting to talk about. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions or comments? Well, if not, I will say thanks a lot. It was a really good presentation of what you've done for non-technical people to see what you're working on. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll move on to the next item, which is under unfinished business. A public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, amending Chapter 27, zoning ordinance and zoning map as described in Exhibits A through E and made part of this ordinance.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Jenna Wargo, Planning and Zoning Director, to introduce the item.
Thank you. In 2016, staff and the board, along with environmental planning and design as a consultant, undertook the task of comprehensively updating the zoning ordinance and subdivision land development ordinance. Zoning map amendments were deferred until after the other modifications were completed. The areas that are proposed to be rezoned were identified during the comprehensive rewrite requested by residents and an attempt to bring additional lots into conformity. These areas were evaluated by staff and reviewed by the Ferguson Township Planning Commission. That review, Planning Commission reviewed this amendment September 28th and made a motion to the Board of Supervisors to approve the proposed map amendments. Comments were received by the Center Regional Planning Agency, and Center Region Planning Commission heard the proposal at their November 5th meeting and recommended approval. The Board of Supervisors authorized public hearing for November 16th. The properties have been posted and property owners have been notified of the public hearing this evening. So included in the agenda is a copy of the ordinance along with the map amendments for your review.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? We'll take any questions from the board, then public comment, since this is a public hearing, and then I'll ask for a motion after that. So if the board has any questions for Jenna at this point, this would. Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask if there is any public comment, because this is a public hearing. If you would like to comment, either use the raise hand, send a chat message, or just start speaking. So
I do see one raised hand under the name Galaxy Tab A. So there's no name tied to it per se. Actually, I believe in the chat it was Dave Young.
Yes.
okay.
Yes. In regards to this letter I received, consideration for rezoning tax parcel, map number 24, page 20, lot 194, currently addressed as 4805 West Whitehall Road. If I wanted an R1 property, I would have bought closer to town. The R8, R1 rezoning is a significant reduction in accessory use, like 42 uses to as little as 3, because I have on-lot septic. This is quite a reduction in value for me. And R1 lacking sewage seems to preclude bed and breakfast, short-term rentals, tutoring, business activities like machining, welding, equipment repair, childcare, chickens. And then after all that, I'm concerned about, after rezoning, what's next? Sewer assessments, a water system assessment for upgrading our agricultural water system, sidewalk assessments. I'm fixed income, and any expense could force me out of my home. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you for your comment and questions. Jenna, was there anything there that you want to address, or?
I can, yeah. So I'm assuming this is the Meadows area.
Correct.
Okay.
And in fact,
So-
it's the Meadows, one of the early developments is already R1. The last phase in the back was actually RR. And across the street on our side, where we have the bigger lots comparable to the RRs, it was RA.
Yeah, so I believe for the Meadows, I was not here for the full comprehensive update, but it was my understanding that was requested by majority of the neighbors in that area wanting to utilize their lots, but given the setbacks of the RA zoning district, they weren't able to. As for sidewalks, I don't think we have a requirement. If you are R1, you need to have sidewalks on your property. So I don't believe you have to worry about that unless the board were to make that decision that you need to have sidewalks there. I believe the biggest change going R1 for your properties, we do have the grass and weed ordinances that would have to be complied with by your neighbors and yourself. Our ordinance, the updates to them, they do not specify that being in R1, you can't have on-lot septic. So you're still compliant that way with your on-lot system. I'm trying to count down all the comments. Did I miss anything?
Well,
I think
I'll
the
just add
uses-
just briefly. So by virtue of being outside the source service area and zone for residential use, that doesn't inhibit in any way, there's no issues there with respect to that. In fact, a number of our developments that are outside the regional growth boundary source service area are zoned single family residential. So it's certainly true that there's intensity of development that you would not be able to attain by virtue of being on-lot septic. So while, for example, the R1 zoning district allows for lot sizes of, I believe, 10,000 square foot, you certainly could not accommodate that small of a lot size without having sanitary sewer service. But just because you're precluded from reaching all of the maximum intensity of development associated with that zoning district, it doesn't put you in an issue of nonconformity or impact property values. And there's no relationship between the zoning district and the ability of the board to impose any kind of assessments or require sidewalks, as Jenna pointed out. There is that one caveat, however, relative to the grass and weed ordinance that would need to comply. But I would imagine that most of the property owners along that stretch are already compliant with that provision, and it would not be an issue for those that aren't in agricultural use.
Okay, well, I guess just record me as, a dissent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to address the board on this issue?
I don't see any other raised hands. If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I can see if anybody on the conference bridge is here to
If you could
speak.
check, because this is a public hearing, so we need to be sure.
Nobody has
Okay.
said that has spoken up.
In that case, I would entertain a motion from the board.
Okay, it's Laura. I'll move the supervisors adopt the ordinance amending the Ferguson Township zoning ordinance and zoning map.
This is Patty, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for adoption of the ordinance. Is there any discussion?
Steve, I'll open discussion with a follow-up of what Mr. Young had been talking about, that strip in the meadows. So if we could just kind of roll right into a conversation about that. And I have, I guess, one thought that I may have thought before publicly. I'm not sure if I remember talking about the potential for RR there, and if Jenna could. So RR is more similar to RA in uses and doesn't involve the weed ordinance. Whereas I believe it still contains much more limited setbacks than does RA. And so perhaps would be a solution to both Mr. Young and the other residents that requested R1. So I was just wondering, is that actually correct the way I'm thinking? Or do you see really like no difference at all in changing it to R1 as opposed to RR in this particular case?
So I can respond a little bit since Jenna wasn't around for the inception of this discussion, but we did look at the rezoning of that corridor to rural residential. As I recall, it didn't address all of the nonconformities, meaning one of the big drivers of this proposal was to bring that strip of properties into conformance with our zoning regulations, and a rural residential designation would not do that to the same degree that single family residential would. The other consideration was contiguous zoning. So we want to be careful to avoid situations of kind of isolated or island zoning or spot zoning. And in this case, because that zoning classification is consistent with the majority of the medicine, there is a rural residential contingent of it, but it's not immediately adjacent to that stretch of properties along Whitehall Road. It made more sense for us to recommend moving ahead with the single family residential zoning district. You are correct, though, that particularly the grass and weed ordinance or maybe some other provisions would apply differently to the rural residential zoning classification, but the recommendation of the committee was to move forward with an R1 zoning designation to address a majority of the non-conforming issues on that strip.
I guess I understand that generally. I'm guessing I don't understand specifically why R1, like they look like they're closer to a, more than 1 acre lot size, maybe even up to 3. So that's less consistent with R1 than R3. And then, I mean, the pattern, I know what you're saying about spot zoning, but it's really a common pattern out in the West End that you have this tiering of the RR as being transitional into RA from a more residential area. That's kind of a common pattern. So I think we would avoid that pitfall. And I'm not trying to be like difficult about it. I just really want to, thoroughly understand how the conformity is increased by R1 more than RR when you include any kind of reduction in uses. And I'm far more familiar with RR and RA uses than I am with R1. So I don't know that there is a huge reduction in uses for that parcel size. But if there is a reduction in uses, it could be relevant, especially if there's really not a lot gained by R1. And can anybody tell me what that smallest parcel there at the end, at the bottom of the wedge, what its acreage is?
I can look it up.
Thank you. It's like 196, 20-196.
While Jenna's looking that up, I should note that the concern about spot zoning was more ancillary to the primary concern about bringing those properties into conformance. It's, I think your point is correct in that because it's not one parcel or even 2 parcels, it's a subset of parcels. I wouldn't be as concerned about the spot zoning argument. However, it could be raised, and it's something that I think the board ought to be aware of. Really, I think that the transitional features of the rural residential zoning district, I wasn't around for the inception of the RR zoning district, but I'm looking at the patterns. I think there are some cases where that's true, and there are some cases where it may not have been viable for agricultural operations. And so RR seemed to make sense there for that particular designation. The primary reason why R1 was favored over RR by the group that reviewed this and our consultant was for the purposes of bringing those properties into conformance. Setbacks.
But how did it bring it into conformance? Size?
Setbacks and lot size.
Dimensional, yeah.
Dimensional restrictions, correct. Not so much uses. Uses largely are going to be non-conforming there as a rural agricultural zoning district just by virtue of the lot size. Meaning it's going to be a non-conforming lot size. So because those uses are generally residential or all residential, I don't think there's any concerns that the board should have about designating it as a residential zoning district.
Okay.
But it was mostly dimensional concerns that drove that recommendation, meaning
Okay.
setbacks, lot size.
Okay. I see what you're saying about that. And any kind of use like an at-home occupancy kind of use, that's going to be all allowed in R1 that would be allowed in RR that would be allowed in RA. So there's not any constraints on that kind of a thing out, just by the nature of going to R1. Jenna, did you get the size on that last lot?
Yeah, 24,020,196 is 1.37 acres.
Okay, so the smallest one is 1.37 acres, and I live in RR, and that's probably about my lot size. And it's like we have a whole development of that lot size. Whereas, did I say I live in RR? I meant I live in RR if I said something different. Whereas with R1, don't we strive to have that smaller lot size? Like an acre or less?
I wouldn't say we strive for it. I definitely think that the updates that we did really, it allows for a minimum lot size with sewer hookup, which is significantly small. It's 10,000 square feet, but that's what the idea that you could fit on-lot septic onto that
Right.
piece of land, which you wouldn't be able to do.
So are the setbacks in RR the same as in R1?
They are more restrictive.
RRR.
Yes.
Yeah, if I remember our discussion,
Gotcha.
there were places where someone might want to put an accessory building or garage
Yeah.
or something that by going to R1, we did open up more of the area for that.
Yep. Thanks. I'm recalling that. We don't really have trouble with that in our neighborhood, but I could see how in some particular lots that might be an issue. And then yes, that would be less restrictive. With the larger lot size in R1, with less setbacks than RR, you would have more usable lot space. Absolutely correct. Okay, thank you for walking me through all that. Okay, thanks.
Did anyone else have any questions or comments? Lisa?
Steve, this is Lisa. In those early discussions about this rezoning, there was a heavy emphasis on this being a request from those residents. So I guess I'm just concerned about the proportion of the residents in that neighborhood who actually wanted this and, this solving that problem. Because this went back and forth quite a bit because there is that RR one neighborhood away. So,
I think
with that lot size, I'm just, since we began discussing this, I've just been wondering why it wasn't moved to RR. Yeah.
I think it kind of all comes down to R1 gives all of the people more usable lot size. And because in that particular neighborhood, they all mow anyway, that they're actually gaining, like all of them are actually gaining something. They're not losing any uses because of already being small lots for RA. They're not losing any uses between RR and R1 that would be conforming, I think.
Is that
They're
true?
still-
I guess that's the part I wasn't clear on. Is that accurate?
Well, you've got 1 to 3 acre lots, and then you'd compare the use tables between RR and R1. So as long as nobody who doesn't want it isn't wanting one of those uses, I think the subset of things that would be not doable would be very small. If that's making sense.
It is. And I guess that's my question is what is that subset of uses? And then, because it doesn't conform with the size as much as it would with RR. So
I think the uses that we tried to stick with in 1 to 3 acres of RR or residential uses, because that's what we were trying to preserve, is the character of what typically is actually RR, and it's residential when it's 1 to 3 acres. Once you get over to 3 acres, you have some change there, but I was actually arguing at the time it should go up to 10 acres, but that's a different story. What we ended up was that 1 to 3 acres as mostly residential uses.
Right, so you can see here at a glance in our quick view that anything in bulk category 1, so you have agriculture operations, related production, et cetera, all the way down through here as a principal use would require a lot size of 10 acres or more. When you start getting into bulk categories of 2 and 3, that's when you start to be inclusive of some of these other principal uses and even some accessory uses that apply differently to bulk category 1 versus 2 and 3. So I would say the prime driver of the recommendation was not so much the lot size as it was the setback. So if you see here in rural residential, you have 150-foot setbacks that are required. And if you get down into minimum here, 50 and 20, but if you get into R1 single family, you'll see that those setbacks are dramatically reduced. So, you know, and again, the intent behind serving notice to all these property owners, as we heard from Mr. Young just a moment ago, was to afford them the opportunity to, you know, come to this public hearing or to raise questions beforehand. So I don't think there's any reason, short of the one kind of objection or dissent that we heard just a moment ago, to think that the property owners in that corridor are not satisfied by the recommended change.
I agree, Dave. I think we just wanted to really understand fully the implications of this thing that looks to us very, very similar. But I think that given the narrow range of uses in the RR lots, if the question is between RR and R1, the uses for that parcel size are the same, essentially. They're single family homes and small personal care homes. And
They're all under 3 acres.
yeah, well,
All under 3 acres, that's correct. They're all between 1 and 3 acres. They would all meet the lot size restrictions of rural residential.
so really the sole thing that kind of could be contentious, which isn't in this, is the weed and ordinance regulation, which I would be fighting if they were trying to make my lot R1, because I want trees growing and, you know, whatever. I don't want to mow. But these parcels, they're all like manicured parcels.
Well, it's worth noting too that the board does have a process in place for residentially classified parcels to be provided an exemption from our grass and weed ordinance through the native landscaping provisions in that particular section.
That's true. That's true. If you had an intentional pollinator, quote, overgrown area, you could apply to that. Absolutely true.
Laura, that was my concern as well. And that was my thought, Dave, that you can apply for that because I'm in R2 and I wouldn't want to deal with that change. So, but I'd apply for that waiver. So yeah, so they could, and I know those lots. So I think you're right that they are conforming to that. So, okay, well, that answers my concern about that.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
I think I see something that just came into the chat. But I, as a board member, other than this, don't have any. Dave, do you want me to read it?
Yield to the chair.
Steve, do you want me to read it? It's
okay, yeah.
Okay, the question is, could the board or staff give a recap of the benefit to the township of the following transfer. Tax parcel 93C containing a total of 20.63 acres to be rezoned from RA to forest game lands, and that's up on West Chestnut Street in Pine Grove Mills area. I believe this would be one of the township owned parcels. Is that correct?
This is the Commonwealth parcel.
Okay.
This is actually down by Shingletown. It's the Musser Gap.
Oh, okay.
Parcel.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So the benefit there is it more closely aligns with the actual use.
The
It's owned
current
by the
use.
state, and they
Yeah.
typically, that's typically the zoning that most matches the uses that occur on that land.
And
Yeah.
I would add that that parcel is one that was actually intended originally to be zoned as R, or as forest game land at the time that it was transferred to the state forest. And I think it was just an oversight that it remained RA. And essentially the forest game land is a zoning for things that are either forests or game lands, that in order to it prevents any development of residential or any other type of uses. And so this is just bringing that parcel in to be consistent with its actual use, and it's not an agricultural parcel at all. So
She's actually talking about on West Chestnut. Or
I would
close
say
to
that's
that
the
area.
same
Where's that?
reasoning.
are we
Yes.
talking a different one?
Yeah, it actually,
I think-
it looks like it actually is the
Oh, okay.
West Chestnut.
Okay.
That was the one that
okay.
the Pine Grove Mills Advisory Committee reviewed.
Okay, I take back my comment then. I was commenting on a
So it's
different.
just a parcel. That would be-
Well, no, wait. Okay, so I'm looking at the map and Steve is correct. And that makes sense because those Toll Brothers parcels all had like the 92s and 93s. And that was all one original parcel back in the Mellon days. And so if you look at the map, you've got 93C pointing to that thing Steve's described. But what Sarah's saying is that the posting at the Chestnut Street had parcel number 93C on. And that I believe was the error because those parcels, now I'm remembering, yes, these are correct numbers from my research, that those parcels are in the 44s and whatnot. So the Chestnut Street posting, I think, should have had the 44 numbers on, is what I conclude.
44B and 44C.
Yeah.
Apologies for that. It was a misplaced sign.
And those are both township owned parcels, right?
Yes.
Which are not developable because of features of the property.
Slope, yeah, soils, everything.
Right. And
Well,
then just
44C is owned by the State College Borough Water Authority. But
Okay.
okay. And the ones that we're looking at are on the map for change are 44B and 44-8000, which are both like sub parcels of an original Thomas Ferguson parcel, which is interesting. But yeah, so then also like Jenna said, the actual reasoning behind it would be similar in that the use more closely aligns with forest game land, whether we are the entity that owns it and has some like recreation access there, or the state owns it, that would just still be more aligned. But good question.
Any other questions? Board or public? Okay, seeing none, this is a roll call vote because there's an ordinance. So turn it over to the manager.
yes, this is presented as ordinance number 1061. Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Danini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. And we move to a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, amending Chapter 27, zoning, Part 3, residential plan development and mixed use, Section 304, Terrace Streetscape District by amending 27304C2, building heights and incentives, and amending Chapter 27, zoning, Part 7, supplemental regulations, Section 716, workforce housing by repealing it and replacing it in its entirety.
I'll ask Ms. Wargo to introduce this one too.
Thank you. In response to the workforce housing ordinance amendments, planning staff reviewed Terrace Streetscape zoning district and the traditional town development zoning district and is recommending that Chapter 27 zoning, Part 3, residential plan development and mixed use, Section 204 Terrace Streetscape district be amended by adding the following to 27304-3B3, building height incentives to read, if a building is complying with 27716 workforce housing, the by right maximum height of 55 feet may be increased to accommodate bonus market rate units not to exceed 75 feet. This was in response to the workforce housing ordinance amendments that we're doing, just to ensure that no applicant can potentially go above what is the maximum height within the Terrace Streetscape district right now. And included with that is the workforce housing ordinance. It's codified under supplemental regulations in Chapter 27 zoning, and it applies to zoning districts where the provisions of workforce housing units are required or incentivized. The township requires a contingency of workforce housing to be built in the TTD zoning district, and it's incentivized in Terrace Streetscape district. So this amendment would expand upon the legacy workforce housing program by allowing for rentals or owner-occupied units. It provides for workforce housing units to be built on-site, off-site, and paid through fee and lieu. Ferguson Township Planning Commission reviewed this draft at the September 28th regular meeting and recommended that the draft workforce housing ordinance not be approved. Staff has drafted a memorandum summarizing discussions of the Ferguson Township Planning Commission to provide additional clarity on the recommendation. Comments were received by the Center Regional Planning Agency, and the Center Regional Planning Commission heard the proposal at their November 5th meeting and recommended approval of the ordinance. And essentially the amendments, this ordinance would be triggered when 10 or more dwelling units would be within the land development plan. And the ordinance is included in your agenda. If the board has any questions, we're happy to answer any of them.
Okay, again, this is a public hearing, so I'll start with any questions the board may have, and then we'll take public comment questions. Okay, seeing no board comments, are there any public comments for this ordinance?
I guess I would start if there's no one else that wants
Hey,
to.
Jeremy? Yeah.
So good evening. I do have a short slide to share with approval from the chairman. I'm going to bring it up here. You should see the screen now. My name is Jeremy Thompson. I am a resident of Park.
The share is not showing up. We're just seeing it. We're not seeing your screen. So.
Oh, mysteriously screen sharing is paused. You see that now?
There you
There
go.
it is.
Now you're up.
There it is.
Okay, so got that fixed. So I'm a resident of Park Forest, but I am also, to fully disclose this, I am on the Ferguson Township Planning Commission. As for the Planning Commission's comments, I would refer you to the agenda packet summary that staff had outlined. While I do share, many of the things that I am going to address here are concerns of the Planning Commission. These are just my comments. So I don't want anything to get misconstrued there. Few concerns that I have raised with this ordinance is it falls short on furthering the affordability of housing within the township. I also feel the ordinance does favor the developers over the residents. And there are some concerns with how the ordinance is written, that it may be difficult for residents to fully understand how it may benefit them. I know I myself, it seems like every time I study this and keep going through it, I'm always learning something new. I'll address the affordability concerns. The ordinance will, to qualify within the ordinance, you have to be within 80 to 120% of the area median income. So essentially, depending on your household size, that means you have to be making $50,000 or more to necessarily fall under this ordinance. So what about those under $50,000, making under $50,000? HUD's definition, the Housing and Urban Development's definition of affordability is a mortgage payment and housing expenses that cost no more than 30% of your gross monthly income. So that means for a single person making $50,000 a year, they should be able to afford a housing payment of around an expense of around $1,200. I'm very concerned that this ordinance will exclude persons working some common in occupations and industries in our area, and that they wouldn't benefit from this. I listed here some occupations. Not all groups encompass every single occupation that falls within a group. For like instance, like healthcare, I listed the median salary range that I was able to find through the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics occupational handbook, just to include health aides, personal care aides, nursing assistants, medical assistants, EMTs, paramedics, licensed practical nurses. As for like registered nurses and doctors, they all fall in salary ranges above the $50,000. So those higher paying jobs within healthcare were not a part of this slide. Some other ones: admin assistants, clerical workers, restaurant workers, people working in janitorial maintenance, the retail workers, delivery drivers, bus drivers, community and social service workers, which would include rehabilitation counselors, substance abuse, behavioral disorder, mental health counselors, as well as marriage and family therapists. They too had median salary ranges that fell under the 50%, the $50,000, I mean. Agriculture, childcare providers, teaching assistants, preschool teachers as well, under $50,000. So just 10 different occupational groups that, if this was their income, let's say, if they were just in a household of one, or in a household of two people, but one wasn't working, they were working, however you slice and dice it, they wouldn't be able to qualify under this ordinance because their income would be too low. Keeping track of my time here so I don't go over. Some of the benefits to the developer that I do find concerning is the option to sell the for the workforce housing unit as a market rate unit, should they be able to prove an inability to sell it. It's nice if they construct it, but it would be kind of unfortunate if they weren't able to sell it and it would go back to a market rate unit. The density bonuses for constructing workforce housing units does give them the benefit of an additional market rate unit or even additional floor. Also do have some concerns with how parking is determined within the multifamily workforce housing units. And then the offsite fee in lieu provision, I feel is a potential loophole that could either delay the construction or even the availability of workforce housing units that could be available for rent. And just to wrap up, I don't have much to say about the text other than it is at times hard to read. Not necessarily an easy read, definitely one to ask questions, do your homework, do your research. But it leaves me with the question of what are we actually accomplishing with this workforce housing ordinance when there's a major population in our town that could benefit from it that may not necessarily get the opportunity to benefit with it. So I would recommend that the board not approve this and send it back to the planning commission. Let's take a further discussion and actually get something to help the greater good of the community. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments or questions?
Yes. My name is Shannon Holliday. I serve on the
Okay, thanks.
Ferguson Township Planning Commission. And I totally am in support of what Jeremy has proposed. The reason is because not only do I represent the African American community to a certain extent, but also minorities, and as well as middle class working people who live in Happy Valley. I've lived here for 14 years. I currently represent single parents who work 3 jobs, as I do 7 days a week. I am a Penn State employee, and I also work in the healthcare industry on the weekends. And all 3 of my jobs combined would still not allow me to qualify for the income eligibility component of the ordinance. And while I'm smiling, it is very disheartening because I've always been one, as a member of the community who serve on many different committees and whatnot, I've always been one who is a proponent for asking the question, what is it that we are expecting to have happen with regards to the cost of living that continues to increase and the lack of increase of a cost of living raise? How many more jobs do we have to work in order to be able to meet income requirements? I stay in an apartment, in an apartment complex, and my rent is the majority of my take home after taxes on my primary job. And if you count the fact that the university announced that we won't be getting raises as a result of COVID for however many years, they didn't give a specific amount of years, that only further concerns. It further heightens my concern for what is it that ordinances such as this expected, what's in it for us? At what point are we going to benefit as residents who don't mind paying taxes? As residents in the community who work multiple jobs and who not only pay local tax, state tax, federal tax, but also have additional amounts of money withheld per paycheck per job in order to still make sure that at the end of the year, when taxes are filed, that we can eat too. So, you know, it amazes me how the term workforce is so loosely used, because who's benefiting from it? Because it's certainly not people like me. And I'm not just talking about being an African-American person, but I'm talking about being a minority resident in this community who does not benefit and who does not make $50,000 a year working 3 jobs 7 days a week. So I would certainly caution you guys to revisit that. Because there is no way one person at $50,000 a year, well, that sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. But that's not everybody's reality. And I really would like for you guys to take that into account. Because at the end of the day, we want to eat when everybody else eats too. And we want to be able to afford to live in this community as well. And you can't keep raising things and going up on things financially, the price of things, the cost of living of things, and it's reflected every place but in pay wages. And while that may be a space for a different conversation with a different group of people, we got to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
I don't see any other raised hands.
Okay.
Participant list.
Okay, in that case, we'll close the public hearing part of this and go with a motion and then discussion by the board. Does anyone care to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make it. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 27 zoning, Part 3 residential plan development and mixed use, streetscape district by amending Chapter 27, 304, 3B, and amending Chapter 27 zoning, Part 7 supplemental regulations, Section 716 workforce housing by repealing it and replacing it in its entirety.
It's Laura, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any board discussion?
Yeah, I was wondering, it's just for my information. So the minimum requirements for income, what is the rationale for that from the township's perspective? So, I mean, I can understand that perhaps lenders or whoever, I would presume lenders would want to do the risk analysis to figure out if the person can afford to pay even the mortgage or other payments that are required at the in order to get a loan to buy the affordable unit. So is there a need to have a minimum income limit because of some law or some rules? Or is that something that we can play with and adjust and move it down if we so?
So the households that are identified between 80% to 120%, that was carried forward from the original ordinance. Governing body can choose what percentage that they would like to address with their ordinances. Every municipality in my research has different requirements. Dave wrote the original ordinance, so I'm assuming that during the county plan for affordable housing, 80 to 120 was identified as a population that needed assistance in this area, but I do not have.
Right. So Jenna's correct. And I'll just add to Jenna's description that, I think part of the 80 to 120% area median income, first of all, that was part of the initial language in the traditional town development zoning district. So it even predated the workforce housing regulations that are being proposed for replacement this evening. And the reason was largely because that was the gap. So in other words, identified by some of the local housing studies and the statewide and national housing studies, residents who attain or earn a median income of less than that may qualify for other housing programs. Residents who earn above that 120% area median income may not need that assistance. So the intent was to be able to address that donut hole, if you will, and be able to provide a local option for newly built owner-occupied units and for that demographic, those individuals and families that earn between 80 and 120% area median income. That discussion has evolved to incorporate some of the provisions that are in the draft presented before you this evening, such as rental housing, such as fee in lieu of workforce housing, off-site workforce housing development, et cetera. And that discussion really stemmed from some of the development proposals that we were hearing in the traditional town development zoning district, some of the concerns that the board had about the lack of development in those geographic areas, or the lack of workforce housing options that were available. So it's not to say that the conversation has to stop there, or that the conversation can't turn to a reduced income requirement below the 80%. And I know Missy Schoonover's somewhere in our Zoom here, and she may have some insight to add as far as the significance of that range. But this was the gap that was identified by the housing study, and that's been looked at as the target of the township's workforce housing initiatives, at least as they pertain to this ordinance.
Hi, this is Missy. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. My camera's not working. So I just wanted to pipe in and say that, yes, I agree with what Dave had just presented. The 80 to 120%. When you say affordable housing, it's like a big umbrella that has a lot of different spokes. And the 80 to 120 is one spoke in the affordable housing umbrella. But unfortunately, as far as state federal programming that provides funding for assistance for that 80 to 120% incomes, there's nothing. Even our county first-time homebuyer program goes up to 80%. So if you have someone who earns just $1 over 80%, then that eliminates that program from them as well. So it really is to look at a continuum of affordable housing, from emergency shelter care all the way to workforce housing, which is the 80 to 120%. And that's a technical term. This is one bracket in that umbrella that there's no programs available for buyers in that income.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to take it back a little bit to the genesis of this in the traditional town development, since I was on the board at the time. There was a lot of discussion at that time about the difference between affordable housing and subsidized, or housing where there is some sort of funding provided to help people obtain housing. The affordable housing the intention of it was to provide within developments where the housing costs were above what was affordable for someone trying to get a mortgage. Someone in the 80 to 120% could not afford a mortgage to buy that house. So the problem, if you go below the 80%, I think, is partly being able to afford a mortgage, to buy the house. And the original intent was houses for sale within a development. I do think we might want to take a look going forward whether the rental program should have a different parameter to it or not. I'm not sure. But I think that the basis of where we started the affordable housing was looking at a market or a range in the market where there were simply no houses available, but where people would be able to afford to buy them, and they would be consistent with what's being built around them. So I think, you know, I understand the concerns that this does not address an area where there's a lot of need for housing, but I'm not sure that we can address it that completely through this program, and whether we should be looking at other options to expand beyond the program we have right now, I think is a good question that we should be looking at. But I think that the essentially it is because it was originally developed as a for purchase program is the reason that range was identified, and there were very few houses on the market, and still are very few houses in the market for that range that people can afford to buy. So
Steve, it's Laura. I agree with what you're saying. That's my recollection as well. I agree with the idea of there being a different range for rental. And that was occurring to me as Shannon was speaking. And, I appreciate Jeremy and what Shannon had to say. And I want to address some of those things and talk about them tonight. Steve, you talked about the origin of the changes to the ordinance coming out of the discussion about the TTD. And every time we have a discussion here now in this iteration of the amendments, I have expressed concern in one way or another of us having extended this to the TSD. And I had a conversation with another supervisor tonight before this meeting. And now based on what was said here, I've become so opposed to the extension of this ordinance to the TSD because of the nature of the TSD and what we're going to encounter there and all of our concerns that we have and the concerns the neighborhood has and what I think this is going to incentivize there and how it's diametrically opposed to the intent of this ordinance. And even if we don't get as far as we want to get in this round of amendments, addressing some things that Shannon and Jeremy have brought up and we've also talked about, I'm just absolutely not ready to extend it to the TSD. I think it's going to incentivize a mini canyon there that ends up all being market rate things that we get fee in lieu for. And I'm not opposed to getting fee in lieu. That'd be silly. But I'm very opposed to a canyon right there. And I think this is going to work against us in terms of planning. So I think we're going to not get what we want in that area because we've given this as an option. And so that's a little side veer there, but I've thought about it a lot. I would love for people to convince me otherwise, I guess, just because I want to hear all the logic. But right now, given the population that's going to be renting there, and the fact that they're not going to be in that income bracket because they're dependents, and they're not going to ever do what they need to do in terms of meeting the intent of the ordinance in those buildings, I don't want to put it there. So I want us to revisit tonight the parking incentive or whatever the what are we calling it now? Not incentive, accompaniment, accommodation, sorry. I would like to revisit that, and I want to confirm that the off-site units, that they are going to have to be built in time tandem with whatever phase they are meant to accompany. So does that make sense, Jenna? I don't know if that question makes sense to you. Yeah. Okay.
And that's within the ordinance.
Okay, just confirming, because I want to make sure I hit everything that was brought up in terms of public comment to do due diligence. And so in terms of a loophole to delay, I'm looking at Jeremy's slide on my phone. I took a picture there. In terms of the loophole to delay, I want to make sure that's not actually a delay. It's not a loophole. It's enabling of us to get it built because we want it built. And then the last thing I want to talk about just briefly is the idea of, and I completely agree with Shannon so much. I was in a similar demographic, single mom, working, couple jobs, female, never going to own a home here in this region. Never would have happened. And just the idea of dropping that down to the potential of being attainable, which I think is $60,000. You're still going to work really hard to get there in that demographic, but it's possible. I understand that we need partners to help us achieve that, because there's what the market can bear, there's what we can insist upon, and then there are gaps. And I understand that. I'm not asking to wave a magic wand, but I want to open up that part of the conversation and have a discussion about that. And then in the future, I want to talk more about how we can get other partners involved, like through tapping fees. And I know there are constraints on that, but really work on that so we can continue to close the gaps that we need to close. I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I guess my question is on this, with the motion or the motion we have now, or the ordinance that we have now, that includes both the terrace streetscape and the traditional town development, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that is the complete rewrite. Okay.
Yes, and I do acknowledge that some of the things I've said would require, if we did as a board decide to change them, would require re-advertisement. And I realize that, and I apologize that I couldn't get more clear on what was bothering me so much about the TSD, but I have articulated it in pieces and parts. And I do want to have conversation about it if others would be willing.
Okay.
This is Lisa. So I'll make my comments and questions, and then I guess are we going through everybody and then kind of going back and be?
Yeah, anybody that has any questions or comments? Yeah.
So, a couple of specific questions I had. Sorry if I freeze. My connection, this is the worst connection I've had. It's so frustrating. So I'm ready to go back in person whenever anybody else is, even if I'm over there alone. This is really frustrating. So a couple of questions I had. One was in the applicability under 4B. Does that apply to any number of units?
That would be one building. So renovation of a multifamily dwelling that increases the number of residential units from the number of units in the original structure. So if you have a multifamily unit with 9 bedrooms, and they want to increase that to 10, you would then be triggering this ordinance, and a fee in lieu, a workforce unit would be required with that.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm reading this right, because in the definitions, the multi-family dwelling is 3 or more dwelling units.
Mm-hmm.
So not 9 or 10. So a multifamily unit could have just 3 units.
Mm-hmm.
And then in that line, it says renovation of a multifamily dwelling that increases the number of residential units. So should that say up to 10? Does that question make sense? First.
For clarity, you mean?
Yeah. To me, this reads that if you are increasing a multifamily dwelling to increase the units that are in that, no matter what it is, you would be triggering this ordinance.
To increase it to 10.
This is just any increase of the original residential unit.
Lisa must be froze up.
Well, I'm here. I turned my camera off because you guys keep freezing on me. So I guess if I break up, just move on, leave me behind. But I'll keep talking as long as it seems like I'm getting through. So my question is, it looks like in that under applicability, it looks to me like it could read a multifamily dwelling, which in the definitions is 3 units or more, could increase the number of units to 5. And they would fall under this.
Correct. Actually, now that I'm looking at that, yeah. So it's 10 or more residential dwelling units, and the exception to that is that renovation. The renovation of a multifamily dwelling or a conversion of a residential structure to a multifamily dwelling. So that doesn't really necessarily include that 10-unit trigger in that.
Okay, so that would need to say which results in 10 or more residential dwelling units.
It can.
I don't think so, because I think the intent would be for the renovation of the multifamily dwelling unit to trigger this ordinance, regardless of whether there were a total of 10 units in that multifamily dwelling or fewer. So
Yeah,
I mean,
the intent is to catch those small renovations.
multifamily, correct.
Yeah.
So even a very small 3-unit dwelling, if they renovated into a 5-unit dwelling, they would fall under this?
Correct.
And how many units then would they have to build of? So if you went from 3 to 5.
For that, it would be fee in lieu, would be my opinion, because you wouldn't be able to provide that.
But fee in lieu for how many units though? Because how many units are you triggering?
A half a unit.
So is this, this is just different than my understanding, because I had been kind of the mindset that it was 10 or more for a multifamily dwelling. So this is reading differently to me, and I wouldn't be supportive of something that affected such a small multifamily unit. So I'll leave that at that. Well, I seem to not be frozen. If I can leave that at that and just go on to my next couple of points to get them out. Then regarding the accommodations, I thought that we were going to limit bonus units to for sale units only.
They are, and now that I'm reviewing, because that was my comment to Laura about having this in the Terrace Streetscape District, we had taken away the bonus units for rentals. So you would only get bonus units for built for sale workforce units. And it's my experience, most developers would rather pay the fee in lieu. And if they're not going to get bonus units for building these workforce rentals, they're just going to pay it.
So an earlier draft of this had that language in there, and
This
I
might
don't
be
see
an older one.
Tack on that comment too. Thanks, Jenna.
Yeah.
Thank you for, okay.
And then my final comment is kind of relates back to what Laura was saying a little bit. And I know I've brought this up a lot before. So the language for what used to be called incentives, which is now called accommodations, in the current ordinance refers to bonus units being a benefit for a building that goes over the required number of units. That's what's in the current ordinance. It's if you build one affordable unit over for each unit of workforce housing provided in excess of the required 1-to-10 ratio, 2 dwelling units may be placed on lots. So that's what's in there right now. My issue has been that this language got picked up and kind of reused when we changed both to adding rentals and to losing the incentivized district of the TSD. Those incentives were for the TSD. In the TTD, it was required. You got a bonus unit if you built above the required 1-to-10 ratio, is exactly how I'm reading the current ordinance. So why we would be giving bonus units for building to the requirement, I have never been able to understand. And other than that, we were just reusing that language and not taking it out as the incentivized district became a required district. So I need to understand this logic.
So density bonuses, they encourage the production of affordable housing by allowing applicants to build more units than would ordinarily be allowed on a site by the underlying zoning. So
sure, but the original intent was to encourage additional units or to incentivize it in a district that was not requiring these units.
Correct. And that has been a great example is Terrace Streetscape. It's still an incentive and no one's done it.
Right. So why keep that incentive when we're now requiring that?
It's more of a way to decrease the gap in the pro forma that the developer is going to be seeing by requiring to build these workforce units. So essentially, developers coming in expecting to make this much money on a development, and they give us their application. We're like, you know what, 10% of these units need to be workforce. So immediately what they are expecting to make is decreased.
I would disagree because they come in, this is not a surprise. They're bringing that plan in knowing that this is now required.
Mm-hmm.
So I really disagree with having this language like this. And I've just, I understand what you're saying. I think it's just a difference of opinion about, requirement versus incentivized. And so I'm just really, I'm struggling with why the language is being carried forward when the intent is really, and the dynamic of the ordinance is really changing, but this is kind of being brought along. We haven't even tried to make this required in TSD yet. So it's always been incentivized. So when, why, I think you understand what I'm saying. So I'm just, I'll leave it at that. But, I understand what you're saying. I do. And it's just, it's really just a difference of, I guess, how this is being approached. But I do really also see this as just bringing forward that old language that hasn't been changed enough to make it make sense in this new ordinance. So I'll leave it at that.
Do other supervisors want to make any comments, Steve?
Yeah. Are there any other comments or questions at this point?
No, I'll just agree with what Jeremy had said in that the language is very confusing, and based on the discussion here tonight, I'm thoroughly confused about where we're going with this. So that's all.
Yeah, I'm also trying to grapple my head around this. I think I understand the comments that Missy made and Dave and Steve with respect to my initial comment. But I'm looking at it I'm not as much looking at it from where did this come from, but more from what happens if we do X versus Y. So if we reduce if we take out the 80% qualification and said, well, if you're making up to 120%, then you'll be eligible for affordable housing, and let then the banks figure out if they can, if the mortgage would be worth taking it, if they have enough income or not. What would be the drawbacks there?
So the only, and what would the drawbacks be is kind of a normative judgment, but I'll just say that it would significantly change the prospective development proposals that you would see in some of these districts, because one of the requirements is that the affordable housing be provided at all ranges of that, of that income level. So if you're saying, well, now instead of 80%, if the board wants to approach it at 60% of area median income or 40% of the area median income, a developer now has to work that in to their proposal to try to accommodate all extremes of that range. So now instead of designing homes that they could, build and that they're not taking a loss on or taking a significant loss on to market to an 80% demographic, they would now have to cut that in half, possibly, if you're going down to a 40%. So the drawbacks are, really more from a market analysis level, but it's, as I believe Jenna alluded to earlier, if the ordinances vary, if the board would like to set that gap at a lower percent or at a wider gap, then it's certainly within your purview to do so.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that. That's very illuminative, because that now makes me understand what the real problem is. Because I was trying to figure out, what if we just strike it out, what happens? But the other implication from your comment is that whatever range we build, the developer will have to provide housing that is affordable in the entire range. Is that accurate? Or within one development? Or we can say, well, this is the range and you can, sell within some sub-range of that range.
But if you do that, then you've effectively eliminated your change. Because if I say you have to build houses somewhere in this range, they're all going to be in the 80 to 120%, because no one wants to build a house that sells for $125,000 or whatever. because you can't build a house for anywhere close to that price. So your problem is, I think that if you require the houses to be built at the lower end of the range you were talking about, you will probably not get a development.
Right. And then,
you know,
I get that. But then the point is, and these, how easy or hard is it to change that 80% in the future? It would just require another ordinance, or do we have to go through a lengthy process again?
yes to both.
Okay. Right. Okay. No, that answers my questions for now. But yeah. So I mean, I see issues with this thing, but that was the first one was my major issue. You know, I'm assuming that some of the things that Laura and Lisa said would be worked out. And if that's the case, I'm on the balance, still making up my mind, but on the balance would be supportive of this thing.
Anyone else?
I'd like to go back to some of the things that Lisa brought up and address them so we can have some clarity on that. Specifically, two things. One, if I understood correctly, I'd like to go back to the smaller unit renovations versus a new build and when requirements are triggered. So let me see if I have this understanding straight before I even go on. So what Lisa is identifying, I believe, is that when there is a renovation to a small, like 3-unit building, it will trigger a need to provide affordable housing as per our ordinance, which would result, for example, in perhaps a half a unit, which then obviously would be a fee in lieu payment, because who's going to build a half unit? Can't be done. But if a developer is building a new unit, the ordinance requirement is not triggered until there's 10 units. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the current draft, yes.
Okay. Then I definitely would like to change that. That seems very, unless you convince me otherwise, very skewed in favor of the opposite kind of thing that we want to happen. So we want, I think it's great when an older unit is renovated, and we shouldn't put burdens on that. That are more than a new development would be incurring. So why would we not trigger for new development if we're going to assess that on a renovation? Why wouldn't we trigger the ordinance at the same number for new builds? It's even less expensive in many ways to do a new build because there's no retrofitting and can start clean and all of that. So, and then we also talked about how older units, we wanted to make sure they are continuing to be maintained, and how there are income-based assistances through grants and whatnot for renovations that could be maybe paired with affordable housing, you know, kind of building the whole system to be supportive of affordable housing. Kind of, it seems like we're stacking the deck against existing unit renovation in multiple ways. So I'd like to propose we don't do that, however that's solved. Thank you, Lisa, for bringing that to the table. I totally did not see that at all. Can't hear you.
Sure. Yeah.
There you are.
Yes, that was how I was reading it. And yeah, I think some of those smaller units, I wouldn't want it to be punitive for these smaller ones that are getting renovated when these larger ones aren't triggered until that 10 unit number. I thought that I saw an earlier version of this that had 10 units on there.
I'm
So I was
wondering
kind
if
of
it
surprised
didn't
when I
get
saw this
cut
one.
off.
I could be mistaken, but
I'm wondering if it didn't get cut off because A, C, and D all have 10 or more dwelling
Yeah, that
units.
was what I was thinking when I was reading through it, is that
Yeah.
it's not consistent with the rest of that section, so.
It's not fair and uniform that way. Something is very not, it's really doesn't seem proper. So what do we think the best fix is here? We can either go the direction of triggering new development at a lower number or triggering existing renovations at a higher number.
I mean, I guess my thought would be that to be consistent with the rest of it, it would be a renovation that increases the number of units by 10 or more dwelling units, which is an unlikely thing I mean, unless it's a big project.
Do you mean up to 10?
No, I'm thinking if it increases it by 10 units. So then if you have a big project where you have a 50 unit building and you're renovating it, making a 60 unit building, then you've added 10 more units. But if you have a 3 unit building and you increase it to 4 or 5, you're not really, or even if you have 9 and increase it to 10, you're only adding 1 unit. So it's not, I guess my thought on it is it's when you are increasing by 10, because that's what it's, if you're building by 10, converting into a building that creates 10, or converting a non-residential property by creating 10. So
I see what you're saying. What I would suggest is changing 4B to read the same as 4C does, so that it ends that results in 10 or more residential dwelling units. I really believe that we had a version that had that at some point.
Lisa, what page? I'm sorry.
Because I don't think
page 4
4
at the top.
This would be, sorry, this is page 35 of the agenda packet.
Oh.
Oh, it's page 4
Four
of the
of
ordinance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 of the ordinance, yeah.
So I hear what you're saying there, but and I was at first going in that direction, but I like what Steve is saying in terms of if you have no development and then you build 10, you've increased from 0 to 10. I can see how this is a difficult thing because like two logics can apply here. But his proposal also lessens the burden on small units that want to renovate and maintain their niceness, their roofs, their look, their curb appeal, all of that. And that's in a competing agenda, generally in the township and also kind of in this ordinance, because that could include energy renovations and an addition of a unit. So I would trend towards the Steve's idea of when you add 10.
And
I will play.
Let me just ask, what would be the difference?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry, what would be the difference between B and C? Because C can refer, sorry, what would be the difference between B and C? Because C can refer to an existing residential structure regardless of dwelling type.
I read B and C, the difference is C is you are taking a residential structure, so you see very large homes that are then converted into multiple apartments within that home. That's how I'm seeing C being applied. And then B is a current multifamily dwelling. It already has all these apartments within it and is being renovated, and the numbers are being increased.
Okay. So, but C says regardless of dwelling type.
Mm-hmm.
What would be examples of different dwelling types that are
You know what
also
I
a
mean? So that
residential
could
structure?
be a small.
Go ahead, Lisa.
But couldn't a residential structure be a multifamily dwelling?
I would say residential
And this is
structure.
just,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then it's changing any type of dwelling unit to a multifamily dwelling that contains 10 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure we don't end up with things in B and C that are conflicting.
I think B and C don't conflict. They more just cover all of our bases. A residential structure could be a single family home, a duplex, a townhome, et cetera. Multifamily, I view that as more of your apartment complexes, at least how we define it within our ordinances. I will play devil's advocate to Steve's recommendation of the 10 units being renovated. We deal with this a lot in planning and zoning. How many times do they get to take advantage of that? So if we have one owner who renovates and adds 5 units, we have a new owner, they come in, they add 5 more. Technically, we're at 10. Do we count that? And
I guess the question becomes, what's a renovation? Because at some point you're building something new or adding something that's more than a renovation. If you have 5 units and you go to 10, that seems like a pretty major thing to be called a renovation.
Can we set a time frame, Jenna? So what I'm asking is, so if we were to go with Steve's idea, we would be modifying B and C. And to address your great play of devil's advocate, very good. Yes, absolutely. Can we set a within a 5-year, within a 10-year time frame?
whatever the board is comfortable with.
But like in terms of zoning law, and I feel like it seems reasonable because, it's all fair and consistent, and we're looking at renovation as this thing, and we might have to change definition. I don't know, like Dave or Steve said, but would that be a way to address that?
It could be. I don't even think our zoning ordinance defines renovation. It's all within construction. The construction, reconstruction, renovation, repair, extension, expansion, alteration, or relocation of a building or structure, including the placement of mobile homes.
There is a definition in the ordinance.
Well, here the way it's explicated in B and C are renovation that increases number of residential units. So yes, we have renovation, but specifically these two items speak to which increases number of residential units. So if it increases number of residential units by 10 within 10 years, but I'm thinking how that would not work actually. Because you then, Well, I guess they could pay fee in lieu, because then if they did want to renovate within 5 years and add more that would trigger them, it would simply then be a matter of, I guess it
Okay.
would work.
Yeah, I guess at this point, I want to sort of take a feel for where we stand. I mean, we have a motion that would be this ordinance as written. If we make any modifications to it that are substantial, we're going to need to move it to another meeting. If we are rethinking the whole thing, we're moving it to another year. So I guess I want to get a feel for, are we pretty much okay with what we have in front of us with a few changes? Or do we have a lot of problems with this? And I guess with a lot of problems, what I'm thinking is, can we make this work for the Terrace Streetscape District? Which is what this one addresses. If not, then we're looking at sort of starting over, which is, I think, somewhat what we had a suggestion from the Planning Commission, is looking at the whole thing from a different viewpoint. I think that's moving us quite a ways down. If we're looking at just, these specific points where we have some problems, make a motion tonight to make a change, or actually just ask staff to make the change. I don't think we even need a motion. We could then continue the public hearing, make the changes, and address it in 2 weeks. So I guess I'm sort of asking the board, where do we stand on that? I guess my feeling is, I think we can go ahead with what we have with a couple changes, but I'm not sure where everyone else stands on it.
I agree.
I agree with that too.
But
Okay.
I want the changes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about making a few changes, then we can do that. If we're talking about rethinking how we're approaching it, then we ought to call a halt here and rethink. But that was my question. How about, Lisa?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the incentives or accommodations fall under that.
That
If
was
that's
my
just
second, that was going to be my second point of follow up with your what you brought to the table. But then we got on the whole like language thing here and concerns about that. And now we've gone bigger to see if we want to get rid of, I don't want to get rid of the whole thing. I
Right.
think we have some things that we've determined we want to try to work out.
Okay. No, that I just wanted to be sure. And I guess I'll ask Persenja, because I think we've.
Yeah, I think I agree that I would like, I'm with the changes option.
Okay.
Not with the throw the baby with the bathtub out.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to be sure. I thought that's where we're heading, but I wanted to be sure before.
But just to understand the process, because like I said, I'm also only understand bits and pieces of this and the implications, and it takes some time for me to grapple with this, but we can still move on. But I'm thinking that, so then like Jenna's office will be working on this, and we'll get another draft and discuss this in one more meeting. And after that, it'll be, the final version will be advertised. So, and then we'll vote. So it's at least 2 more meetings until it's done. Is that fair, or is it?
I think if we decide what we want to change tonight, we
Right,
can
okay. And
do
we
it at the next meeting.
in the next meeting and get it done.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. I agree with that. Yeah.
The only caveat I would add to that is a substantive change would necessitate a re-advertisement of the
Right.
ordinance. So with the.
So we would close this public hearing without a vote and then just have another public hearing.
Right. So, well, I mean, you may have already closed the public hearing. I'd have to look back and see those.
I'm not sure exactly what that means. I know how we say it, but I'm not sure what it means.
The way the municipality's planning code is written is we would need 2 consecutive weeks to advertise. So if we were looking at the ordinance again, if you wanted to re-advertise it for December 14th, you could. And you could make that motion tonight. You could review the draft changes on December 7th. We would already have the ordinance advertised. And if there
Okay,
were
so
further,
we can't advertise it for December 7th then.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
We wouldn't have enough time to meet our
Okay.
requirements for advertising under the MPC.
That helps me too.
Okay.
You can also make it a meeting in January, or you don't necessarily have to advertise it tonight. It's the prerogative of the board.
Okay. Well, I guess the question then is, I think we've sort of identified that one section, the wording needs to be somehow or other changed.
I'm thinking
Whether-
of compiling B and C together, and any renovation or conversion of an existing structure that results in 10 or more residential dwelling units.
Being added. But
Yeah.
Steve said being added, not results in. So if you started at 6 and went to 10, it wouldn't trigger it. If you started at 6 and went to 16, it would.
It would. Yep.
That's my understanding of what Steve was proposing.
That's what I said, but that's not necessarily what we have to do. I mean, that was just
Yeah, I understand.
a suggestion. Yeah.
Well, we all agree that it needs to be addressed. Do we all agree with the using 10 for everything and it being 10 additional as opposed to resulting in 10?
I think so. I have to really think through that, but I think so.
I'm not hearing any strong objections to that, so and that's sort of my thought. So
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
okay. And so Jenna can work then on how to word that to capture what we're talking about on this. So okay.
And then the other thing
issue?
that Lisa brought up was, okay, so now that Jenna has reminded me that we addressed that concern about the tower and the rental housing and all of that, I'm back to being okay with it being in the TSD because that's my main concern there. But Lisa read a specific thing that seems like it's not equal with what we're doing in the TTD. Or maybe I didn't understand this was throughout the ordinance. Or maybe she meant it was in the old TSD as an incentive. 2 units can be placed on lots in the TSD as an incentive for every 1 workforce housing.
Right. So what I read was what's in the existing ordinance, and what's in there is that the incentive is in the TTD where it's required to build affordable housing. If you build anything above what you're required, then you get a bonus unit. You get 2 units for each bonus unit. And the bonus unit is what is built above your requirement. And then, so essentially that is what would have been the incentive in the TSD, because anything would have been above the requirement because it wasn't required there. So now this is translated into, if you meet the requirement, you get a bonus. But it to me, this just does not make sense. This is not a surprise when a developer brings a plan in. This is a requirement in these districts. That was an incentive. There was no accommodation provided to simply meet the requirement.
Okay, but in this ordinance, there's not the number 2. There's no 2 involved. There's, if you meet the requirement, you get a unit for every 10. Is that up to 10?
Yes, but right. So
Okay.
So why do you get a bonus unit now?
So
What's
my
the- what's-
understanding, yeah. So this is like a judgment call for the board completely. And this is, we're trying to close the gap in a way we can that we're willing to accept any cost. And when I say cost, I mean of density that would come with providing an incentive that we call an accommodation that is the granting of the bonus unit. Like a gift. You can think of it like, you know, it's no longer an incentive to build more. It's just what they get for building to the requirement. And that may bother us. But what we're hearing is that it helps close the gap for them to actually build the units. And if we don't close that gap, we won't have any development because they won't be able to make enough of a net profit off of the total development scheme to develop it. So that's the hypothesis, I think, behind it. Now, whether you agree with that or not is up to you. Like, you might think they can afford to build and meet the requirements if they just manage their money well and live within their means and stuff. But you know. So.
Yeah, I'm not really thinking of it like that. I'm thinking of it more in terms of, you know, once again, we're taking language from an old ordinance and trying to apply it to this new one. So we are changing to fill that gap, like you said. What we're doing is changing the TSD to now require this. So why still incentivize it?
Because what we're saying is, even if we require it, what we're going to get is more. If we're going to require it and not give the bonus units, we're going to end up with more blighty things and non-development in that area. That's my understanding, because you haven't closed the gap enough for the developers to be satisfied. But
then you're essentially just saying that you need to change the zoning district. So I'm just, you know, I absolutely understand what you're saying. I think, you know, if this language changed to require this in the TSD and then nothing happened, then I would say then go back and look at incentives. You know, is there any plan right now in the TTD that's taking advantage of the bonus units?
I don't think we had them like this in the TTD. Like the whole thing was
not bonus units. There's right. So that's correct. There are no developments proposed in the traditional town development zoning district that are utilizing this incentive.
So the incentive, because this is an incentive in the TTD right now to build above what's required.
But not as a thing you just get for building the requirement. It's above the requirement.
But there's still a plan that didn't take advantage of the bonus units.
They didn't even do their requirement. So
right.
So
I guess that's my point, is why have this as an incentive still if it's not being utilized?
I think because when we look at the TSD, it's a different type of, I mean, we're going to see a different type of development there than we see in the TTD. And I think I guess I don't feel strongly about how we approach it, but I think if, quite frankly, I think we're likely to see fee in lieu rather than units anyway. I'm not sure how that ties into the whole thing, but I just think, you know, I think that we're going to see a different type of proposal completely.
And you know, right. And if these accommodations are limited to for sale units only, that would, because I thought we had said that earlier, so that would ease my mind about this a little bit. But you know, I just, yeah, it's, you know, it's just
didn't we?
Yeah.
We did.
they
It's
are.
not in. It's not in here now.
No, this is an older draft. I found the updated one. You reviewed it at your October 19th meeting, and one additional equivalent bonus unit may be added to the sending development for each for sale workforce housing unit provided.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean that is a big difference.
Yeah.
So then it would apply to condos, but not to rental.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And did we advertise the correct one?
Yes, I think this is an older draft that ended up in the agenda, but
Great.
the advertised one is
Yeah.
accurate.
I mean that's a pretty significant difference. So especially when you're talking about this applying to the TSD, where you're likely going to have
Rentals.
rental units.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Lisa, that totally relates to my critique of us applying it to the TSD because of the different kind of character and the different kind of development we're going to see. And Jenna then reminded me that because of that concern, that I guess I voiced kind of clearly after all the last conversation we had, we all decided that particular thing, that the rental units that were built would not get those bonus units as a accommodation.
So say a multifamily dwelling is built in the TSD. And what would they need to do to get that additional story? They would need to have for sale
For sale,
units.
which is the currently incentivized in TSD. It's workforce that are for sale units that are owner occupied.
Okay. Yeah, having those things like, you know, the extra story and things like that, just to me, it just means we have less control over what ends up there. And if, you know, you don't incentivize something and you just say, okay, we're going to have a maximum height of 65 feet instead of 55 that you can raise to 75, you know, it just leaves a lot of unknowns where I think we could have a little bit more mapped out and directed by the board rather than the developer. So that's, you know, but it is just a different approach. So, you know, I still don't agree with having this like this, but that does make a difference. So I guess we'll, you know, I'll take this back up when we get to the TSD.
So after all that talking, we really only, at least at this point, as far as I can tell, agreed on one change, which was to clarify the language of the B and C four and be clear on the addition of 10 units. Does that, and we advertise the correct version.
Yeah.
Do we have to re-advertise? That doesn't seem like that big of a
I
change.
think this may be a question for Joe. If we change that wording on the, you know, the one thing we have in there, this is a substantial change that would. You're muted.
Muted.
Joe, you're on mute. Okay.
How about now?
Yep.
Yes. No, it's to be on the safe side. This seems to me to be a substantial change. I don't think that we could just move with that discussion here this evening. I don't know. Dave, what do you consider it to be? I feel pretty strongly that it's a substantive change.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think that, you know, if you're talking about non-substantive changes, you're talking about editorial kinds of things, anything that really pertains to the substance of the ordinance, such as this.
You're fading, Dave. Okay. So I guess if our discussion is sort of at a close here, I need to figure out the best way to close this out, whether we should vote on the motion or just, because we do have a motion on the table.
Shouldn't I make an amendment if we're going to re-advertise, and we might as well, you know, do everything formal?
Yeah.
Agree?
Yeah. Why don't you make a motion for the amendment? If we're going to, yeah.
Okay. I move to amend in section 4, items B and C to include that the number of units that will trigger the ordinance is to add 10 in any existing residential structure that is renovated. Whew. Is that, did I get there?
Yeah, I think the exact wording can be worked out within that.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and second that. And so I will call for a vote on that motion unless there's other discussion, which I don't think there is. So all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the motion for the change carries.
Don't we have to roll call that, Steve? Sorry.
No, that's just a change. That's not the ordinance itself.
Oh, okay.
And then I think maybe the best way to do this is to take a motion to continue the public hearing to December 14th and re-advertise the ordinance as amended. And then we don't have to vote on the motion that's on the table right now, because we'll just carry that motion to the 14th.
I move to continue the public hearing to December 14th and advertise the ordinance as amended for that public hearing.
Yeah.
Presented second.
Okay, so we do have a motion, a second. This does not need to be a roll call because it's just a continuation. So all in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. So we do have the one revision, then we'll re-advertise. And I would think at this point like to take a 5-minute break, if everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
So I'll see everyone back at 9:40. Okay, looks like we're all back except Laura.
It looks like no. No, I need to find the very probably.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and start. Laura can catch us here. Since we're having so much fun with public hearings, I propose that we move on to a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, amending, Chapter 27 zoning, Part 2, District Regulations, Section 205-5, Single Family Residential R1, Section 205.6, Suburban Single Family Residential, Section 205.7, Two Family Residential, and Section 205.8, Townhouse Residential, and Section 205.9, Multifamily Residential, and Section 205-11, Village.
Y'all asked Jen to introduce this too.
Yep.
Thank you. As a result of the current pandemic, Ferguson Township staff conducted a business needs survey. Key concern was childcare facilities within the township. Staff reviewed the requirements and process in establishing a family childcare facility in the township. Currently, the use is considered an accessory use and requires a conditional use approval from the Board of Supervisors. Staff is recommending to amend Chapter 27, Part 2, District Regulations for single-family residential, suburban single-family residential, two-family residential, townhouse residential, multifamily residential, and Village to amend the conditional use for family child care homes to a permitted use for single-family detached dwellings in these zoning districts. On September 28th, Ferguson Township Planning Commission made a motion to the Board of Supervisors to approve the proposed amendments. Comments were received by Center Regional Planning Agency and Center Regional Planning Commission, heard the proposal at the November 5th meeting and recommended approval. Included in your packet is the ordinance, if there are any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so is there anyone who cares to address the board on this ordinance? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion.
Lisa, I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 27 zoning, Part 2, District Regulations, Section 205.5, Single Family Residential, Section 205.6, Suburban Single Family Residential, Section 205.7, Two Family Residential, Section 205.8, Townhouse Residential, Section 205.9, Multifamily Residential, and Section 205.11 Village.
And you second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or discussion from the board on the motion? Seeing none, this is a ordinance, so it's a roll call vote.
This is presented as ordinance number 1063. Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Denini.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. That brings us to a public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, amending Resolution 2019-30 by establishing fees for workforce housing fee in lieu.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in light of the action taken on the workforce housing ordinance earlier this evening, that a similar motion be considered by the board to continue the public hearing until December 14th.
I think we can just reschedule that without a motion because we haven't actually started a public hearing as such. So why
The
don't we
public
just
hearing was advertised.
Oh, okay. So we do need.
If there's any public that wish to make comment, you may want to entertain.
Okay,
that.
right. Okay, so I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone who cares to comment. And seeing none, I would ask for a motion to reschedule the public hearing for December 14th.
Steve, I have a question about that
Oh,
before
sure.
I complete the call for the motion.
Oh, okay.
If we might theoretically want to make a change in this, shouldn't we discuss it?
Yeah, if that would be,
Okay,
yeah, okay.
can we discuss it then?
Okay,
You need-
because I was assuming we didn't have changes, but if we do, then
Well, I guess there may be questions from the board about how those numbers were derived.
okay,
And so,
okay, yeah, we can certainly have discussion of anything anyone wants to discuss on it. And then I'll
okay,
take a motion to reschedule the public hearing.
great.
Yep.
Just go ahead and discuss, no
Sure,
motion?
yeah.
Okay. Dave, could you or Jenna just talk about those numbers and how we got there as a fair number?
So fairly straightforward. And Jenna and Missy and Walt Schneider with Center Region Code Administration worked on some draft figures here. But really the variables considered were the vacant land cost per square foot and the minimum lot sizes per square foot for both single family attached, detached, and then multifamily dwellings. Add to that 2020 building costs from the International Building Code Council. And that's a cost of construction per square foot multiplied by minimum building lot size. You get a rough building cost. So in the event or in the application of a single family attached or detached dwelling unit, the number works out to be approximately 115,000, works out to be approximately 70,000 for multifamily. The numbers of fee in lieu reflect approximately 75% of those figures, and that's what's presented in front of you this evening for consideration in the fee schedule.
Thank you. So the proposed change between what the formula gave and what we're seeing here as a suggestion for fee in lieu, is that done to close another gap?
I wouldn't characterize it as closing any gaps. I would say it's more in line. If you think about it, an analogy of parkland fee in lieu, for example, the fee that we assess for parkland fee in lieu would not necessarily be sufficient to build a park on and acquire land and then develop it and master plan it, et cetera. But the township understands that in exchange for a reduced consideration for the cost to develop that park, we retain control over where that park could be situated, what kinds of amenities will be put into that park, the master planning process, et cetera. So, there's a recognition that by taking a fee in lieu, there's an advantage for the applicant in the sense that they don't have to build, in this case, the on-site workforce housing. There's also an advantage for the township in the sense that we do not necessarily have to accommodate workforce housing in that specific development. There may be other uses for that revenue that the township is interested in applying. So by applying a reduced factor of what that cost of construction is, it's consistent with the way we've applied the fee in lieu of public improvements for other applications in the past.
Thank you very much. I've also asked that question about parkland fee in lieu or something similar anyway. So in this case though, so in parkland fee in lieu, it's per acre. There's a unit of measurement there.
Right. So parkland fee in lieu is calculated as an assumption of 2.54 persons per dwelling unit multiplied by the number of dwelling units proposed, multiplied by the factor that's set by the board in the fee schedule, which I think is around $1,225 per.
So then you are right. I'm noticing something in both of those calculations is that we use dwelling units as opposed to bedrooms. And typically a developer thinks in bedrooms and beds. So for example, in a development that had, oh gosh, I'm terrible at math and I hate thinking of problems, 100 units with 3 bedrooms, that would owe the same amount of parkland fee in lieu as 100 bedrooms with 100 units with 5 bedrooms each. In theory, not that there would ever be that development, but theoretically with our formula.
The formula of assumptions of individuals per dwelling unit was developed back in 2009, considering the development makeup. But yes, it applies uniformly, irrespective of what kind of development is being proposed.
Okay. So in the workforce unit fee in lieu, it's single family attached, detached. There's no number of people involved in this formula at all, like average median number of people number.
Correct. I mean, to be consistent
or
with
bedrooms.
Definitions, because remember in our zoning ordinance we don't differentiate student housing, rental.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we look at multifamily and then single family. So an attempt to kind of mirror that language by providing for owner occupied as well as those rental units in the multifamily application.
Do you ever see in these kinds of programs, and maybe this is a question for Missy, the fee in lieu being conceptualized using bedrooms instead of units? And what does that do if you have seen that?
I have not seen that, Ms. Danini. I've only seen it at a fee per unit that would be required to be built. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be that, but I've never seen that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think part of it is
Go ahead.
there, the bedroom unit becomes a student housing concept. And we've never really addressed student housing as a separate concept from, multifamily housing where, a 3-room apartment for a small family is,
Right. I'm just really thinking this through in terms of how it interacts then with what we have in our ordinance. And it's interesting. I hadn't really dove deep into this, but so the only other kind of constraint or variable that we have control of then that relates to bedrooms is when we set up our agreement and we talk about what the requirement is that they have to meet. Is that correct? Am I imagining that we have that authority?
I don't
for example, in the TTT, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I don't think we address the number of bedrooms anywhere in any of our ordinances.
We
We have a maximum occupancy.
That
Type,
you'll find
okay, type, yeah.
is
It's just
the
type.
limitation on the number of unrelated persons per dwelling unit that we have in our zoning ordinance, which doesn't apply to multifamily. That's kind of a indirect way of discerning between what are commonly student rentals and other kinds of housing options. But it falls short of defining student housing, as Mr. Miller indicated, as its own separate, distinct use category.
Okay, so it's really just the income requirement and them having to build to meet that to achieve a mortgage. That is like the control on what these units actually, in terms of economics of them, like what they look like. Because they're, a single family attached or detached unit can be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, 5. So the only constraint they're having, correct me if I'm wrong, is they have to meet an income level and qualify for a mortgage. Like it has to be a reasonable assumption they can qualify for a mortgage there.
That is a constraint. I don't know if it's the only one. There are other stipulations on the workforce housing units. They have to be of similar kind to the market rate units. They can have some deviation internal to the unit itself, but as far as the general footprint of the unit, it has to be indistinguishable from the
square footage wise. Square footage and
appearance.
And we
Up to
have a
10%
number in
difference.
there, like within X percent. Okay.
We do allow for some deviation. That's a good point.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for indulging me with all those questions. The only thing I guess I have left to say is why the difference that it's 86,000 and 52,000 rounding 53. The numbers you gave were different. You explained generally the reason why this particular number. Was there a formula that was used, or it's a ballpark of something? Like, why not a round number like 90,000 per and 60,000 per?
Yeah, there was no specific magic to the formula other than, I think there's a reasonability standard that if you were to set that number lower, than maybe say 50%, that probably would not be achieving the goal of the fee in lieu program, which is to encourage on-site development where feasible. So we don't want to make it so, easy for a developer at least we're not recommending we make it so easy for a developer to just invoke the fee in lieu and not have to worry about or even give any consideration to building those units on site. So the 75% of the cost to build was a factor that I thought was reasonable, maybe fairly consistent with some other regulations that I've seen in the past, with numbers that have been discussed with some of the developers in the TTD zoning district, and would still achieve the goal of the other thing we want to be careful of is, because we don't have a fee in lieu program just yet, and we don't have any resources in our fee in lieu, our workforce housing program. We want to know that we're going to have enough we're not going to have too much that we're just going to be sitting on a pile of money that we don't have any use for, that we can't turn back into the program, but we want it to be sufficient that it gets, it delivers on the stated outcome. And if the board's interested in doing things like closing cost assistance or, potentially a land trust model, much like you see in State College Borough and some other communities as well, that there would be enough capital there that you could, that you could be pretty far reaching with this program, but also that it doesn't generate revenue that we have no use for. So, we can massage it as the years go on, and the numbers maybe are indicating that we have too much or not enough, or we get some more activity out of these projects, or there's a bigger program. But, out of the gate, I think this is a reasonable starting point.
Thank you, Dave. So I have one final thing. So, two things. So it doesn't expire. We don't ever have to give it back to the developer, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then I have one final thing. Can we walk through, maybe I'll make the effort to walk through being in a developer's shoes and making certain choices, and you can kind of like give me feedback on that, if that's correct. So I'm a developer. I decide to build, instead of just going right for the fee in lieu, I decide to go ahead and build my workforce units, and I build a mix of single family and multifamily. And it costs me, according to your calculations, what was that for those two things?
Round numbers, about 115,000 for a single family and 70,000 for multifamily.
Okay. And then let's say I can rent all the multifamily, but I cannot sell any of the single family at the workforce level. There's a mismatch or something, and I want to pay the fee in lieu and sell them at market value. What might be the market value that I can sell them at?
I would suggest that depends on the construction, the unit type, where it's located, the lot size. I think there's a number of variables that would probably influence what that number would look like. Of course, what the market would bear is really the kind of indirect answer to that question, without being more specific.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think that exercise just made me think that maybe it might be a possibility for them to want to build it and then try to sell it if it didn't work. That seems reasonable. All right. Thank you very much for all of that. I did not feel that great about these going into this. I feel better about them now. I am very concerned about us meeting our goals with this ordinance, and I just want to make sure all bases are covered. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think those numbers are probably high enough that there's going to be a good faith effort to sell the house through the workforce housing program, because there will be more profit in it to do that than the difference. I don't think the difference will be enough that people try to not sell it in order to get the fee in lieu instead of selling at market.
Yeah, I guess I'm less worried about that. I'm just trying to think of it from all aspects. Like, I'm also thinking we want them to actually build it.
Right.
And so there also has to be an incentive to do that and not just pay the fee in lieu all the time. And I know there's some assumptions I made early on in my problem, but if somebody's willing, So I feel like it might be worth it to take the gamble, and I feel like, they won't feel like they're stuck with something. I feel good about it. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Well, since we did open the public hearing, I think I'd like a motion to continue the public hearing to December 14th. Oh, Lisa.
Steve, this is Lisa. Can I just ask 2 quick questions?
Sure.
One question, 75%, was that about an average? Did you find? Was that typical?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as an average or.
Lisa's having a lot of trouble with connectivity. She texted me and said, so.
Yeah, if I turn my camera off, it's much better. So I'm just not even going to try to keep it on. I'll just turn it back off. I was just wondering if that 75% was about an average of what you found in other programs, or.
No, I think it was more of smell test kind of thing. What I thought was a reasonable, figure to run past you, but there wasn't any kind of comparable assessment done other than looking at costs, regionally here, and then, kind of applying a reduced factor to it.
Okay, I guess I would ask Missy then if she knows if this is about right from her experience.
Fee in lieu is an item that is very market specific. What is a reasonable fee in lieu in Center County, Pennsylvania would be a different figure than what would be a reasonable fee in lieu in Boston, let's just say. So one of the great benefits of utilizing hard numbers, hard data, like what this formula uses, these are actual Center County hard datas. These aren't numbers that we come up with or that the staff came up with. These are the actuals for what does vacant land cost, what are the cost associated from the ICC, which comes from code. And then as far as selecting a percentage of that fee to be the final fee of that calculation, like Dave said, that really is something that can be at the discretion of the municipality. These fees that were proposed, they're in alignment. If you take a look at the State College Borough, of course, the borough's fees are going to be a little bit higher because they're a different municipality. They are considered landlocked, so they're vacant land. They don't have what we have here in Ferguson or in other municipalities. So it's not something where there's a formula that can be one size fits all. But the strongest fee in lieus and ordinances that are based on hard construction costs that can be adjusted based upon market fluctuations, those are your best fees. So I hope that answers.
It does. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Could I make a comment or ask one question? Thank you for asking these questions and Missy, your response. So, obviously we're talking about value here, and Missy, you mentioned it's really aligned with our market, and you know, we did throw rentals in here. We know we want to do that, but it, you know, probably would warrant a lot of thought, because rentals are valued very highly here. Very, very highly, like very, 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 very highly. And so I guess I would ask Missy if she has seen more. So we asked about kind of like absolute numbers or percentages, but have you seen more of a difference between, oh gosh, it would probably be in college towns, because that's where you see inflated rental costs because of the outsourcing of housing to the community as just a trend in all college towns. But, you know, when you're assessing your fee in lieu, kind of assessing that as higher than as a percentage of cost to build, because it can bear that a little bit better than maybe the housing market can. I don't know if that's true. It's just something I was just thinking about there. Because, you know, giving this value, like we as a municipality, when we try to use this fee in lieu, we certainly don't have the same kind of resources that developers do. So, you know, this fee in lieu is not going to be used for like buying land and making units. And we couldn't do that anyway, because we don't have multiple holdings, and we'd be violating our own ordinance intent, because it would be all in one building, and that would never work. So the fee in lieu is just going to be for, you know, support of that stock that the developers are building, really, is, I think, right, what it's going to amount to. So we haven't really talked that through, but I don't know. I guess it's something to think about in terms of what we're charging and what we can buy with that. It's going to drive a lot of what we do with the fee in lieu. So.
Okay, anything else? How about a motion to continue the public hearing to December 14th?
This is Patty. I move that we continue the public hearing on December 14th.
Second, Laura.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next item is a continued discussion, review of draft credit policy manual for the proposed stormwater management utility fee.
Dave Modriker's gonna tee this one up for you.
Notice we had a request. Any chance we can delay discussion, or I guess that came to me privately. Does the board have any interest in delaying the discussion of this?
Was that a board member request, Steve?
No, from the public. A request from the public.
I think we should, like, instead of just taking one person's request, I think we should honor the schedule that we all bought into, the public and the board. If we want to continue it, I think that's fine, but I think we should start it tonight to give opportunity and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm just passing on the request. So.
Yeah, just giving my opinion.
I would agree, and maybe a good idea, since I'm guessing that maybe it was asked because of the time right now that it's coming up, and maybe some people aren't here because it's so late, that at the beginning of the next discussion that we say people can comment on this still.
So both and.
Yeah, but I think we should have some discussion, but
Okay.
I don't, I mean, it is late. So
It is.
I think,
Yeah,
you know,
but
we carried this on to next
coming
month.
up for the next 3 meetings as well. So
Yeah, so I would understand if somebody wanted to come next time to make comments on it.
Sure.
So I think unless there's a other feeling on the board, I'll turn it over to Dave. Somebody turn it over to Dave.
We're going to continue a discussion on a potential credit program for the stormwater fee program. I'd like to share my screen. I'll try to go through this briefly and, let you ask questions. The last presentation I think we had on this comes out of the September 23rd work session with the board. So this was in your packet at that time. It's a table that had different categories, credit types, and who it applied to, and how much credit was being offered. So this was basically a 2-page chart matrix. Categories included education and engagement, post-construction stormwater management, low-impact development, agriculture. So those were kind of the categories we talked about at that time. This was the extent of documents that were put together that were reviewed by the Stormwater Advisory Committee. And since that time, the consultant provided to us a draft credit manual. I want to say this is very draft. It's not been reviewed by staff. So, we have to give comments on this as well as you. It's presented to you for your review and consideration. And I would like to just move through the narrative to page 7, where it kind of picks up building a chart similar to the one that I showed you. Values may be a little bit different, but once again, post-construction stormwater applies to new impervious cover as well as existing, and it provides credits for quantity control of stormwater as well as quality control of stormwater, and of course for groundwater recharge, which is important. There's a category for low impact development, similar to what you saw in the previous table. There's just a lot of meat and words to this part of it. Again, on the low impact green stormwater infrastructure, we talk about BMPs or best management practices, what the design standards are, and the percent of credit. So the board had some discussion in the past about, what is the maximum percent of credit. So you might get, credit here, credit there, but not exceed a certain amount. And what is that amount? The amount that was talked about has been 40%. We have a category for agriculture. This was drafted independent of the language that the board has discussed with agriculture, where you placed a cap of 2 times the average fee for all parcels for working farms that had less than 30% impervious coverage. So you can decide if you want that to be a credit that someone applies for, if it is just a standard and staff would have to go through and make initial determinations on eligibility, and then whether or not you wanted to have a credit program that was either, on top of that or in lieu of that if properties perhaps didn't qualify. And so this talks about compliance with, certain erosion control plans, other plans required by the county, stream buffer plantings. And then lastly, a component of a credit for public education and engagement. This could be a business that organizes a stream cleanup, or it could be a school that comes up with an educational program that meets certain targeted goals. The rest of this is really kind of a Q&A, and then a section that talks about forms or potential ways to handle homeowner associations. Once again, this is all a draft document for your consideration, as well as input from staff. The back of it contains, fillable credit application forms, which again would need to be reviewed, but it's kind of a concept of a credit policy that has been used and adopted from other municipalities and locations that have adopted such. So at that point, I'll stop sharing my screen and see what kind of detail you want to discuss and turn it over to the chair.
Thanks, Dave. I will comment before we start. I think this manual is really well written and has a lot of information in it about the whole process, not just the credits, but the whole reason for stormwater protection program and fee, and a lot of information about what the goals are. So I really appreciate that. I think what I'm going to do at this point is ask if the board has any questions or comments for staff. Then I'll open up to any questions from the public or comments, either one. And then there's really no action tonight, is there, Dave? Don't think that. No, this is not an action item. It's just a discussion item.
Correct, just a discussion item. at this
Okay,
point.
so I'll start with any board discussion, and then we'll open up to public comments or questions.
I don't mind starting, Steve. It's Laura.
Yeah.
Thanks. I guess first I have a multi-part question for Dave Modricker. I wish I could be more organized in my questions. I think I have maybe 4 total, but this is the first. Could you answer as to whether, maybe I missed it, in here would be something like, or maybe I just don't know the language to use. You have a stormwater basin and you plant it with plant matter that makes it more absorptive. And of course, it's something that you guys have approved. Is that a credit anywhere? And if it is, where? And can you take me through that thing as earning credit in each of, like, in a business, a nonprofit, and an ag business? If there's any differences, what are they?
Okay.
That's like a big question. Thank you.
So I'll start with that. I'll probably go back to sharing my screen. So when you're talking about a stormwater basin, that would be a post-construction structure.
Okay.
And so, planting the vegetation that's planted in the bottom of the basin would be the type of vegetation that is required per the stormwater management plan that's submitted with the development. It's common for us to start seeing that vegetation being more of a low mow, mow it once a year type of vegetation, as opposed to, a lawn grass mix. But it doesn't specifically promote quantity control of water or the recharge of water. It does, but we don't break down that into the type of vegetation. So certainly the type of vegetation and the type of soil influence the fact water can recharge. And really the recharge is pretty much synonymous with water quality treatment in the stormwater basins, because that's predominantly the way that it's met. So, the way it's written is it really has to do with either meeting the stormwater management plan design criteria or exceeding it.
So the clarification of that would happen during the land development plan process, because there would be a stormwater management plan that would include what the basin needed to be managed like. And then whether it would be voluntary or not would be something in addition to that that would meet the assumption that it's going to increase absorption.
Right.
And that would be reviewed via the credit application. And so somebody would submit that, and you guys would review the land development plan and then make a determination based on their plan.
Correct.
So go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to walk you through the other examples, but whether it was residential or commercial development, there wouldn't be much of a distinction. Low impact development, we really don't have, low impact development standards that we've developed yet in our ordinance. So really, meeting the design criteria at this point in time really means meeting the design criteria in the township, or building out, some type of riparian buffer or disconnected impervious. So we haven't seen this yet. So this would be something that would have to be developed. And then in terms of agriculture, really what you see are the compliance with the certain plans or stream plantings, or here's a water quality BMP reviewed by the county. So whatever vegetation, was provided for and approved in the plan, that's what we would expect to see.
So in the case of the ag business operations, it didn't appear that the option to plant a stormwater basin with something that would increase absorption was in there. Or am I reading the table wrong? Or could they still apply for that because it's also residential? How would that work?
Well,
or just because it's low impact? I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So there's low impact development. And as I mentioned, we don't have low impact development standards yet. We'd like to see them. Mm-hmm. or we've talked about them. But with agriculture, we don't really see stormwater basins so much unless perhaps it's a land development plan that has to meet our stormwater management standards. Then we may see basins. But what this is really geared for is E&S plans, manure plans for planting. Okay. Now, a water quality BMP could be a basin. So that could be that word, water quality BMP, could mean basin. Okay. So yes, they could and put a basin.
Okay, so if they had a basin under that water quality BMP, they could propose something like what I just said.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm just seeing how to flex this and like how that relates to, what people want to do. And so then, how would somebody who knew even less than me about that menu, like some things seem pretty clear about what they could actually do, and then other things maybe are a little bit more hidden. How would they know what to do to apply for credit?
Well, I think if it's Joe homeowner and he's trying to meet a post-construction stormwater management credit, that's probably going to be difficult because you have to meet certain criteria within the stormwater ordinance. So it's got to be kind of, they're more quantitative type of controls.
What about a rain barrel on his roof, off his roof? That would work, or her roof.
So we talked about rain barrels, and at one point we had those in. I don't know if they're in this current draft. I'll switch back to the
Just thinking quantity. And I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'll end very soon because I know it's late and I just want to kind of get,
No, that's okay. Let me just share my screen again here. So in the draft that was in front of the Stormwater Committee, under public engagement is where we have, where did I just missed it? Rain barrels.
the workshop, I see it.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't put my finger on it. I was just looking at it.
Yeah.
But the rain barrels are more an awareness and an education as opposed to an extremely effective tool. So it's a way for a homeowner to kind of be involved in the process, be aware, be engaged, feel like you know you're making some type of benefit. In the grand scheme of things, it's not substantial to yield a huge credit, but it is a step in the right direction. Oh, there it is, rain barrel.
Yeah, it's up there.
Right up on the top. So
I
that
meant
was-
actually, when you said quantitative, I meant installation of it. So are you saying even the installation of a rain barrel or two, it doesn't really help with quantity management?
it's not significant. And
Okay.
a little bit of research that we've done on it.
Okay.
Still a good idea. It is promoting the right concepts. It's getting people engaged. It's making people.
And then we talked a while about before COVID, stenciling stormwater inlets. Is that part? So that would be a group participation thing, similar to the education with the rain barrel workshop, which I don't think made it in at the end, and I was kind of pro it not. But I'm hearing what you're saying about education. So stormwater inlet, spray painting, stenciling, that's not a direct action on the homeowner's home, but would that be something that could be included if you participated in something like that?
Yes, and as I'm sharing my screen again, it looks like, rain barrels actually, it is in this draft
Okay.
in front of you. But yeah, this would be the same area that, for example, a stenciling program would be.
Okay, so if I'm a homeowner and I want some credit and I don't have a lot of opportunity on my property and I want to participate in a rain barrel workshop and a stenciling program, do I look through this list of performance standards, or is there somewhere a more concise list that they could just click on and then it takes them to this place in the document?
Well, we could develop something like that. We don't have it to show you tonight.
Yeah.
The other thing is, we talked about eligibility for these different types of things. So as written in this draft, these community engagement type activities pertain to schools, nonprofits, and businesses. So it's not expected that Joe is going to take on a stenciling program throughout the township or be in charge of running a stream cleanup project. Somebody might ask to do that. We'd consider it, but this is kind of the stakeholder. This is the group that it's geared toward.
Thanks, Dave. I have two more things to really comment. So in my research, I found that some other communities do things like permanent credit, like recurring credit, like forever credit versus like if you participate this year, you get the credit kinds of things, like discerning that way. And then that's just a comment. And then the other thing is there's no differences here in within versus outside the regional growth boundary. This is all same.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And your first comment is also, true throughout the document. It talks about different, depending on what it is that you're asking for credit, it may be, there may be a maintenance agreement that you need to sign. It may be for a 5-year perpetual duration, but depending on what it is, you may need to come back and recertify.
I see. Thank you for pointing that out. I wasn't clear on that. Okay, great. That's great. I like that. Okay. And then that's determined through the application process, obviously.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, anyone else have questions or comments on board members?
I have a few. I can go.
Okay.
Lisa, sorry. Okay, so just to go back to one of Laura's questions, so just for the individual homeowner, there really isn't anything that's applicable.
Let me go back to my share screen. There's some of these items that, didn't get transferred verbatim from here to the draft that you're looking at.
I'm sorry, Dave. I don't see. Are you sharing a screen?
No, I'm not, but I am now. Sorry.
Okay. It could have been me. I'm having so many technical.
I went to my share screen and I didn't click share. So there's some categories that we had discussed with the advisory committee or staff. For example, homeowners demonstrate ability to retain 1 inch of rainfall on site through infiltration practices. So that didn't get specifically carried over to the draft that you see. So that was, something that was discussed. Barrels was something, that's geared toward a homeowner.
Okay. So was there a reason to not carry, was it administrative? Was it too difficult?
No, we haven't reviewed the draft that's in front of you.
Yeah,
I gotcha. Okay.
We'll have to work on that final publication based on.
It's just a work in progress that we're sharing with you.
I gotcha. Okay. Well, given that, go ahead, Dave.
I'm just going to add, generally, I think that the credit policy is more applicable to, larger scale, larger property owners, more intense development or more intense land uses, because those are typically the ones that have more aggressive stormwater management policies, practices, and requirements. And also, if you're depending on what level of service you're in and whether you're inside or outside the growth boundary, your fee is much more significant if you own a larger parcel or a larger lot line. If you're a single family homeowner and it's $39 a year, a 15% credit that you may qualify for the Rain Barrel Workshop is going to defray your cost, but it may not be substantive enough for you to want to take advantage of it. It's just up to the individual homeowner. But there are
okay. I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know if it was a decision to not include those or what, but I see. Okay. And then I wanted to ask, well, I'll just say that chart that you're showing from the workshop that has those specific items listed, I think that's so useful. I think that's kind of what Laura was saying too, like some real, just clearly explained examples of things.
This chart, for example?
Yeah, I think that's so easy to read and to follow. So if something like that could be incorporated, because I thought it was, that introduction was good. I had a little trouble with some of the charts, and I just wanted to make sure I'm reading them right. So on page 4 of the manual, it's okay, so the chart, it must be below that, sorry. I was looking for the post-construction structure, there we go. Okay, so that on that page, so they're both post-construction tables, and this one has the credit amount.
Yeah, I think the table above is more of a narrative turned into a table to
Okay.
describe standards
Okay.
that you may need a maintenance agreement, and it's going to be inspected, and you just got to verify that it works.
Okay.
Well,
So
what
that had
what-
voluntary. Okay, so in that previous one, it had voluntary versus required. And then down here, that heading has required versus voluntary. And I was just trying to figure out how these things below it lined up. So condition of development, and then below it, you have quantity control. And then you have control of new impervious cover, and then control of existing impervious cover. I was just trying to figure out how all those things lined up, and then related to design standard.
Yeah. I think the other table is a little easier to read than this one, and I'd probably be in favor of making it a little more easy to read. But
Okay.
pretty much the ideas are for development, whether it's a new development or existing, there's certain amounts of credit for meeting the design standards, for exceeding the design standards. And really the two standards are quantity and quality.
Oh, okay. That does explain. I think just graphically, I had a difficult time reading this chart, but when you explain that like that, so condition of development dash quantity control, and then that is a direct relation to that category below, conditions of development quality. Okay.
Yeah, I think we could definitely make it a little easier to read.
Okay, that is much clearer.
Yeah,
and
yeah. This other chart here, you know, quality, volume, recharge, you know, and it's trying to, it says similar things. It's just formatted a little differently than here. So we
and
can,
maybe they're both good, you know, maybe a combination of those two things, because somebody else is going to read it differently than I did. So maybe, you know, having it laid out in a couple of different ways is actually helpful. But thank you so much. That really does clear that up. I think so. If it's voluntary, it just changes the percentage of the credit.
correct.
Okay. And do you think, and it's lower here, so, well, quality, so you have conditions of development, and then voluntary. Okay. Okay.
So I think what we're trying to say up here is there are stormwater management criteria that need to be met when you build a development.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to build some voluntary structures, not necessarily required up here, you can get an additional 10%.
But I just want to add that I think there's really, actually, now that I'm really understanding what you're saying, I think there's some fatal flaws in the way this table is laid out, because you're saying I thought originally, yeah, the voluntary is down there, but it's not, because it's also under design standard. The second one down exceeds minimum standards. Well, that's voluntary. So there's just like, if you could, I think that it seems like we're okay with the information, but the way it's presented is throwing us off. So if you could help us by reworking that. And it's,
absolutely.
I think,
yes.
Unless I'm misinterpreting what we're trying to get at here.
No, I agree with you. I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so the voluntary would just be additional to the development. That's not like, how am I trying to say this? It would still be on a new development. Or
Right.
well, okay. Okay, I'll reread it after. So
Yeah.
after it's kind of things are moved around, because I think I'm reading it differently now, and I don't want to take up time trying to figure it out just for
Yeah,
me. So
it can be cleaned up for sure.
okay, so I think that makes sense. And then down in the commonly asked questions, it has that the maximum is 40%. So, and that applies across the board, I guess. So nobody would take more than 40, even if you're getting the whatever it is, 20% because you were required to build it, and then whatever it adds up to, even if it adds up to 60% because it's so efficient and it's so good and you did some extra, you could still only get 40%.
Right. And
Okay.
I know we've talked
And
about
then
it and I see some head nodding. So can we assume that that is the percent that the board's comfortable with also?
Yeah, I think we were going to also get the numbers. I don't know if we have more comment on the manual, but in regard to that question, that's where we wanted those numbers of what would result in, what kind of numbers, absolute numbers would result in a 40% if everybody took advantage of the maximum of 40% versus what we think is going to happen. And I think maybe you have those numbers. Might want to put them out on the table tonight because it's kind of a big picture kind of thing.
I mean, I think best estimates are, in discussions with our consultant have been that, you're really looking at typically a credit total aggregate amount of about 10%, maybe between 10 and 15%, depending on the community and depending on the policy. So at about $1.5 million, revenue generated or what's being proposed, you can kind of extrapolate that to about 150,000 on the probably more realistic end of things. If everybody were to take advantage of the full maximum credit potential, then you're upwards of 600,000. So you're talking about a third of the program needing to be accommodated through other means if that were the case. But I think realistically, we would be looking at making up for anywhere from 100 to 150,000 of revenue through other sources in order to defray or make up for, I should say, the credit, the credits that are invoked by property owners and participants.
Thank you so much for having those numbers. Thank you.
So my question, because I remember when the consultant said that, and so if that's typical, because I just, like Laura just said, I just want to know, what the potential is if we set this at 40%. What's the real potential here for the loss in revenue? So, some of those things are they're requirements of the development. So if you get 20% for something you've done, and this is a corporation that built a development, I would think it wouldn't be too difficult for them to file the paperwork and get that done. So, I'm reading it a little bit differently now too, because when she said that, I was kind of thinking like globally. So you've got homeowners, maybe a farmer, maybe a business, an apartment building. And so all together, they take about 9%. But when I'm looking at this, the way it's laid out is it's mostly for developments that have the BMPs. So, okay, so that, now that I'm saying this out loud, this is making sense. So that would be the HOAs and those commercial developments that have a big basin or something like that. So those particular parcels I would just guess, maybe they'll take their max 40%, but then it wouldn't apply to the individual homeowners. Those folks they wouldn't get anything likely, because right now we don't have the rain barrel in there, but there's really not that much for them to take anyway. So maybe it all evens out to 9 or 10%. But then if you add in the farms and what they could get, I'm just wondering if it may actually be higher than that 9 or 10%. If if that is actually looking at our particular situation and what our credit manual and our demographics here and economics kind of hold. So I'm curious about those numbers. So I would just want us to really be certain of the potential of a lot of these credits of what that could do to the revenue if a lot of these credits are taken. So that's one question. I don't want us to just rely on that 9% because that's what she said. I think we need to look at that. And then my last question is in the working farms part or agribusiness, sorry, I'm trying to come back to it and find out what page it was on. Those documents that need to be seen by the township, the manure management plan and those kinds of things, do those have to be handed over to the township? I'm just recalling when we did the source water protection. Yeah. I was on the planning commission then, and that was an issue. So is this just documentation that they've provided those? Because that's not how I read this. This to me read like they've got to hand over those plans.
Well, we can do whatever we want with it. The way it's written is the documentation provided to the township of approved plans and resubmitted every 3 years. So some type of evidence that they have an approved plan, whatever, a letter from the county,
right?
Something.
Okay, that's what I was imagining that we had said before that, but the way it's reading to me right now is that I can't find it right now, but that the township needed to be provided with the documentation. So
I see where you're saying that, but it says documentation provided to the township of approved plans. It doesn't say approved plans provided to the township. So I think like they're saying it's like a letter from the county or a signature page or something like that.
And maybe in that other chart, if we attach something with a little bit more detail, that could be laid out in there.
To address your earlier comment about, previous developments and the 40% credit for the post-construction standard, depending on how old the development is, we didn't have quality control. We only had quantity control. And it's tough to show you exceed the minimum standard. So I would think most of them are going to come in right here, showing that they met the design criteria at the time of development for a 10% credit. So there's opportunities to do more, but I think for the older developments now, ones that come in under the Act 167 plan, that does have the water quality, portion of it, the newer development, so to speak, they will have an opportunity, to get a little bit higher percentage.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Steve, I wanted to confirm we are taking public comment at this time, right?
Yeah. I was just going to finish the board comments if anyone has any specific questions. If not, then I'm going to ask if there's anybody in the public that wants to make a comment or raise a question. So I think I'll go ahead and do that now, seeing I think we've gotten the board comments. So we're small enough now I can see everybody. So if someone wants to make a comment, just come on in and make the comment.
This is Todd Giddings.
Hey, Todd.
When I read the draft credit policy, I was keeping in mind the statement in paragraph 5 of the draft ordinance that using impervious area causes the fee to the owner to be equitable and proportional. And I've found that Wood, the consultants, have created much of the credit policy that is inappropriate for Ferguson Township's karst hydrogeology, our high infiltration soils, and the source water area for 19 public water supply wells. The credit policy doesn't incentivize groundwater recharge, which would greatly support the township's source water overlay ordinance. If I use my house as a quick example, I've had downspout sumps for 40 years, creating groundwater recharge. So not a drop of water from my house becomes stormwater. And the maximum credit I can get is 20% for the groundwater recharge, which does not incentivize it. And further, if my request of that credit were denied, the wording in the current draft ordinance does not allow an appeal of that denial. So that wording in the draft ordinance needs to be looked at carefully. And I found that for downspout sumps, and hundreds of houses are in this, in the highly well-drained soil, the requirement to have a scale map, oversight by a licensed professional engineer, makes the application process extremely unfriendly and burdensome. Particularly, while I could write one up, I've ignored my downspout sumps for 40 years because the maintenance isn't required if they're well designed. So I feel that this draft credit policy needs a lot of future work to fine tune it to Ferguson's conditions.
Okay, thank you, Todd.
Steve, this is Mark.
Mark, go ahead.
I can't do much more than concur with what exactly Todd has said. There are many residential homes that have been built that the downspouts, driveways, et cetera, have been sumped, and there have been no approved designs, engineered sumps, et cetera, for many of those property owners. And therefore, under this credit policy, there would be no opportunity to really apply for a credit because they would have to go through a process of engineered evaluation, possibly excavation or soil probing to determine the size of the sumps, et cetera. So, you know, there's no real opportunity for those property owners that have already taken proactive measures to reduce or eliminate their stormwater runoff in this credit policy. Secondly, I think when you have a range of credit, such as 20 to 40%, the credit policy is not defined sufficiently to determine who makes the ultimate decision on how much of a percentage credit a property owner would get, or an entity, be it an educational charter school, et cetera. So I think that needs a little bit of work also.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree that we do need to define those ranges. And I think that'll That'll be something we'll work on. And thanks for your comments. Anyone else?
Steve, I'll just say that in the chat, there was a person who had commented that they wanted to make sure that we were going to take comments. I'm at this point unclear as to whether they are still appearing to be here. I'm not sure if they just wanted to make sure that we were taking comments or if they actually have a comment. But if you look at the chat, you'll see.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And it looked like, Bill, were you trying to make a comment, or? Because we're not hearing you.
No. No.
Bill, if you want to dial in, I can bring you up. If you want to do the 37.99, I can try to MacGyver something so you can talk to everybody on the Zoom.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that wants to make a comment at this point? While Bill's dialing in.
Or you can call your IT person, Bill, and see if Janice didn't go to bed already.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
We might be able to hear you now, Bill. Nope, not yet.
While we're waiting, I was just going to say, I didn't mean to say earlier to not take comment tonight. I don't know if it was interpreted that way. I just meant to say that we'd be open to comments on this particular item in the future if somebody couldn't hang around this late.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to have to do something about the length of this meeting after we conclude this discussion. I mean, maybe not obviously, but it seems like maybe I'm wrong. I feel like there might be a lot more to do unless Steve has another opinion.
Well, we do have more to go, so.
Yeah.
We can edit the CNET video and shorten the meeting.
Does anybody see Dave still on?
Modricker or Probelka?
Probelka.
I see Dave and Dave.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
He's here. Both days.
There he is.
I was going to try to see if I could guide Bill. I think I may know what the issue is, but.
Laura, I think you didn't see him because he had his head on a pillow.
Not yet. He's first up and last to bed.
All right. Bill's IT.
Bill's IT support is there.
Yeah, on the recharge issue, we certainly want to promote it. I think we're trying to figure out a way to do it that's, measurable and easy. Roof pumps, that's something certainly to look at. In some cases, they've already been included in stormwater management plans for the overall development. And, they certainly aren't designed to carry 100-year storms. So you do get, surcharge in big events, but, it could be a way to, provide credits for individual homeowners that, you may be able to work something into the credit program.
I take it those are more effective than rain barrels because they're actually distributing the water in a way it can be absorbed into karst or something like that. Is that what we're getting?
Yeah,
at?
they're very effective in most of the region. And certainly some of the stormwater management plans that are submitted to the township already take out the roof area as not contributory to the stormwater basin because it's designed to go to roof sumps. Sometimes when we get complaints because a property owner is disconnected, one of the roof sumps and it's pointed to a neighboring property, if they're required on the stormwater management plan, then we can enforce it. If not, then really it's kind of an issue between property owners.
Gotcha. I was recalling some of those things that have come across our desk. Not
Yeah,
that often, but
There's no doubt they're effective. I think it's, how do we handle it through this program?
No, Dave, I'm gonna try to see if I can get Janice I'm gonna try a share screen here. I don't know if I can
Because
share.
David, I can't find where.
oh, I can hear you.
Look at that, it worked.
Aha.
Yep.
We got you.
I'll
Tech
take all the
support
credit for
going
that, even
back
though I
to
did
bed.
nothing.
I had to
Okay,
get
Bill.
Chris out of bed in order to do that.
Oh.
Couple of quick comments. Is there any thought or desire on the part of staff and the board to possibly reconstitute the advisory committee to kind of in a group effort? I mean, there have been a lot of good suggestions made with regard to the plan that was put in front of you. And it appears to me that plan is not really designed to meet the needs that we may have here in Ferguson Township. So the possibility of reconstituting that advisory committee just to deal with this particular issue with staff might be a direction to go. I agree with Todd in the sense that when I first read the draft that you have in front of you, it read to me like boilerplate from someplace else and not Ferguson Township. I think we have a very unique environment that I'm not sure the consultant ever truly bought into with regard to this process and this particular topic. So I think we could write a better plan rather than trying to make this plan fit us. That's just a thought on my part. I think the third thing that I want to mention, when I read this plan that you all were given, it was my sense that I needed an engineering degree to understand some of these charts and some of this verbiage, and that it really wasn't written for the average citizen to understand. And I think, Dave, Dave Modricker, you've gotten some of that sense from the board as well. I'd like to underline that and say that it needs some more non-technical referencing and some things that our citizens can actually look at. It's no surprise to me that the consultant says that 9% of the population tends to use the credits. When you design a credit program that people don't understand, you certainly are going to have a low participation rate. And I tend to think that as I read this, that's what we've got. And I think we just need a lot of work if we're going to adopt a credit program at all. And bottom line, once we adopt it, it's going to take a lot of work to put it into practice and in fact have it available. Staff-wise, time-wise, it's going to be a monumental task. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I think at this point we've heard from everyone, and we will continue to work on the credit manual.
Steve, I know it's late, but I'd really like to just respond to something that Bill said. I want to honor his presence here late. It'll take a few minutes to respond to one of those items. I think, you're spot on that we need the Dave Modricker touch to personalize this to our municipality. And as he's pointed out, both the communication and some of the content are going to be worked on. And I think you were just underlining that. So I'll just confirm that we're all on the same page, no pun intended with that. But I want to actually counter something that you said, and I've given quite a bit of thought to this. And that is the idea that we would want to, at this point, reconstitute the Stormwater Advisory Committee. And the reason for that is, I think, this has been a learning journey for all board members in multiple ways. And I'll speak for myself that while I still am glad we did the advisory committee and they had their part, there's nothing more right now than we need than for the board to engage with the public directly and understand the implications of the recommendations that have been made by constant reapplication of all our stakeholders to the concepts as we evolve them. To put the advisory committee back involved with staff, you're going to break that connection that we've just developed and has been the driving force in doing exactly what you and I want, which is for it to be catered specifically to our municipality. That said, one of the thoughts I got when Todd was talking was what I really want is for Todd to make a list of things he wants to see in the ordinance, in the credit manual, and just give it to us. Just give it to us. We want to know. We're not trying to not know. We're trying to know. So, I'm pretty sure he was on that committee. He's here. He's present. He has good ideas. Make a list and let's get them in there so then the board can comment on them. That's what, and also the public. So that's all I wanted to say. I think now is the time for us to engage. But I do appreciate your thoughts, and boy, I appreciate everybody sticking here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'm going to move us on now to the new business. First, we have the consent agenda, which consists of 7 pay applications, acceptance of 2 voucher reports, and 3 board member requests for items for future agendas.
Move to approve the consent agenda and accept the 2 voucher reports.
Seconded, Patty.
And I'm assuming nobody wants to take anything off for discussion tonight. Didn't look like it. Okay. All in favor of accepting the consent agenda or approving the consent agenda and accepting the voucher reports, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have a request for variances and appeals, a zoning variance request for 370 Airport Road.
Thank you. So with your agenda this evening is a copy of the application that was submitted for a variance request from, excuse me, I am unmuted. Yes. For 370 Airport Road. Currently, this is a request for a sign variance. It's currently property situated, owned by Grace Presbyterian Church, at least as the applicant. The signage is located in township right-of-way. As you may know, our municipal sign ordinance prohibits signage in the right-of-way. It's non-conforming for that purpose. In addition to that, there's been a site distance concern that was identified at the property or at that particular intersection. I'm going to share my screen here real quick and I can illustrate where we're talking about here. So just to orient the board, this is the intersection of Blue Course Drive and West College Avenue. Airport Road is kind of is a little sort of a stub street. It really dead ends at a municipal park, State College area Teener Fields, or the Lou Sylvie Baseball Complex. Right here's the State College Vet Hospital. Drop my little yellow guy there and you'll be able to see the variance that's being requested. So this right here is the sign. The site distance issue, as you could probably imagine, is when you're approaching West College Avenue and you're looking left to try to see oncoming traffic. This sign obstructs that view. Investigating the complaint, we determined that it doesn't meet our current standards, not to say that it didn't meet, previous generations of site distance requirements and guidances. This sign has been located here for approximately 25 years. So it's not a new sign, but our requirements by virtue of identifying this issue are passed on to the property owner, directing the owner to move the sign and make it conforming with our current sign ordinance, which of course, because it's located in the municipal right of way, it cannot be. So what's being requested of the board tonight, the applicant is willing has agreed to go for a variance that would allow them to construct their sign smaller dimensions, and there's a rendering that's in the agenda, and would eliminate the site distance issue, but they would need written approval from the property owner where the site or the house, or excuse me, where the sign is going to reside, which in this case is Ferguson Township. So what's being requested or what's being recommended by staff is that the board support this variance request, primarily because it was a site distance issue for public safety that we've identified, and we're obligating the property owner, come into compliance with our current regulations, which they couldn't do, being sensitive to the reality that this particular establishment, Grace Presbyterian Church, is off a main road. It's difficult to find without some kind of wayfinding signage to direct people to where it's located. We're recommending that the board support this variance, as well as provide a letter to the zoning hearing board affirming our permission to the property owner to locate a sign on township property.
Thank you, Dave. Is there any questions or comments from the board before I take a motion?
So just a quick question. So where is the sign now going to go?
Sure, I will. It'll be located essentially in the same location, slightly moved, I guess maybe a little bit further back from the right-of-way line, but it'll also be a smaller sign. It'll have a smaller face to it, so you'll be able to see a little bit better.
And it'll be placed higher.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. I think the height adjustment will help the visibility for the cars. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's nothing else, do we have a motion?
I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors provide a letter to the zoning hearing board granting permission to the applicant to apply for a variance on township property and to support the variance requests for 370 Airport Road.
This is Patty, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say no. Motion carries. Next, we have another public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, authorizing the filing of the grant application to the Land and Water Conservation Program for federal funding administered by the National Park Service for Suburban Park Phase 1 improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll cover this for Century. She had to duck out, but as the board is aware, the township received a grant award from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for $250,000 for Suburban Park Phase 1 development. The scope of work is identified in the rendering that's attached with the agenda. I won't go into much detail on that given the hour, but the department has informed the township that the grant award was given with Land and Water Conservation Funds, which is a federal program. So there are a few kind of bureaucratic obstacles that we need to jump in order to access those funds. One of those is a resolution authorizing the township to apply for the program, which we essentially already know that we have. So there's a lot of advantage to going through this LWCF funding. It's a little bit more bureaucratically burdensome, but it's nothing that we can't handle. And I think it'll be a real positive attribute for the township and for Suburban Park. Resolutions provided with your agenda. I can answer any questions you might have.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, so if anyone in the public cares to comment on it, this will be the time. And seeing none, I'll go to the board.
I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors, are you ready for a motion?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Adopt the resolution authorizing the filing of the grant application to the Land and Water Conservation Program for federal funding administered by the National Park Service for Suburban Park Phase 1 improvements.
This is Patty. I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? I'm seeing none. We've actually discussed this pretty thoroughly in the past, so in that case, I'll call for a roll call vote.
This is presented as resolution 2020-32. Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Danini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes,
Mr. Mitra.
Yes.
motion carries. Then we have a public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, adopting the new joint articles of agreement of the Center Region Building and Housing Code Board of Appeals, which includes repealing and replacing the joint articles of agreement for the establishment of a Center County or Center Region Building and Housing Code Board of Appeals dated September 27th, 2004.
I think the preamble describes that fairly well. This is a forward from General Forum in September for the municipalities to adopt the ordinance. It's included with the agenda.
And again, it's a public hearing. I'll ask if anyone cares to address the board. And seeing none, do we have a
I,
motion?
Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution adopting the new joint articles of agreement of the Center Region Building and Housing Code Board of Appeals, which includes repealing and replacing the joint articles of agreement for the establishment of a Center Region Building and Housing Code Board of Appeals dated September 27th, 2004.
Change it second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Just routine business, so this will be a roll call, so this is a resolution.
Yes, this is presented as resolution 2020-33. Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Danini,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes,
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens.
Yes.
okay, motion carries. Then we have a review of the draft tree preservation ordinance. And
I'll
looks
ask,
to present it, we have 2 minutes for this. So, Dave.
I was going to ask Jenna to introduce this since it is it's a zoning ordinance amendment, and then Dave, who was expecting to introduce it, can fill in any blanks.
This is a joint project between Public Works and Planning and Zoning. We
Worlds
drafted an amendment to Chapter 22 subdivision land development to establish a new part, tree preservation. The intent in this chapter is to encourage the protection of trees through sound land use and tree management practices. This chapter will preserve, protect, and maintain existing trees in Ferguson Township, as well as increase the overall tree canopy and understory with native species and improve tree and ecosystem health on both public and private lands. So the board authorized staff and Ferguson Township Tree Commission in September of 2018 to draft a tree preservation ordinance. Since that time, the Tree Commission has met to review this ordinance several times. Staff is prepared to provide an overview to the draft ordinance and answer any questions the board may have, and provided with the agenda is a copy of the draft ordinance.
Thank you. So I guess, are there any comments to start with? The ordinance or draft ordinance was enclosed with the agenda. So,
I'll just I'll have a question maybe to open up dialogue between staff and board, if that's kind of what you're meaning, Steve. So earlier we had a presentation of the tree canopy. How would you say, or does this ordinance relate to the findings of that study? So we basically saw a shift in our forest from more mature forest to a young forest that we are managing. How does this ordinance relate to that, if at all?
This ordinance solely looks at increasing the overall tree canopy of a site. There are many things that can trigger this ordinance. Land development plan is one. A minor alteration can opt into this. And what we have within the current ordinance is a required 20% tree canopy retention. And if the applicant would like to increase that 20%, we would be willing to give them parking. So less parking, less impervious, more tree canopy overall on the site. In our opinion, it's a win-win. We at the most would be giving a 20% parking credit. So it's really not that significant. But for these minor alterations, especially if you're thinking of Terrace Streetscape District, a lot of the issues with that area is the required parking. So if they could add tree canopy to that site, they could decrease that requirement.
Thank you. So next question, and it's kind of like in a general big picture kind of way. So we also know as a group that Pennsylvania is a right to log state, or whatever you call it, timber, right to timber state. So we have that, and then we have the land development process. So in crafting this ordinance, how do we handle a landowner's right to timber and then do development? What's the incentive for them to not just clear their property and then submit a land development plan?
In the current form, there isn't any. I've seen ordinances where an applicant would be required to show all trees that were on the site within the last 5 years, which to me, that was hard to confirm. Maybe with tree canopy survey, we can confirm that there have been tree cutting on certain sites and whatnot. And that definitely can be added in. This current form, it only would apply to a application for a grading permit, a subdivision land development application, land development plan, the minor alteration plan. They may take advantage of the incentives, and it's not intended to apply to timbering and forestry practices at all.
But couldn't they still utilize the incentives after they timber 90% of the property? And so they timber 90% of the property, and then they submit their land development plan and say, look, I'm saving X more than I have to save based on what's there right now. So they've then timbered it, and they've also utilized the incentives. Is that a thing that could happen?
I think it could happen. I don't know if it, in reality, how often it does, because a lot of times the landowner isn't the same as the developer. And, sometimes those land sales are contingent upon an approved development plan. So, the landowner is going to want to have to live with, his timbered property forever in the event that, the land development falls through. And he's not really making great strides in, impressing the township with his willingness to cooperate. But I don't know how else to structure it, because like you said, timbering, is a permitted use. Mm-hmm. And as Jenna said, it'd be kind of tough to go back and say, all right, well, you got to prove to us what trees were on your property 5 years before you submitted the plan. So I don't know that we've come up with a solution for that dilemma.
Thank you.
Those two items together a little bit, if I can, with what Dave and Jenna said. I think one of the goals of this ordinance was to make it attractive enough and not too overly burdensome from a regulatory standpoint, that we would encourage that kind of behavior, because I think it is a very real concern. I think Dave is right, though. Oftentimes it's not the same land developer as is the current property owner, but I think there certainly could be examples, and there's one in, particular place that I'm thinking of in the township that is ripe for, it's in the growth boundary, it's got a significant amount of canopy on it. And if that, development interest was astute and didn't want to have to be encumbered by this ordinance, then that person could certainly log all of the site and then submit a land development plan on a clean slate, so to speak. And there's very little that the township or any municipality in the Commonwealth, because as we said several times, timbering, forestry permitted use by right in every zoning district, that we'd be able to do to combat that. So I think by setting the requirement the requirement for preserved tree in a reasonable manner and making incentives attractive enough that'll encourage compliance and discourage that kind of circumventing of the regulations. And that's the hope. But of course, reality may be different.
Thank you. I have one final little detail question. So in the context of a master plan and a SIP, as opposed to a land development plan, when is it when they submit the master plan, what's existing on the site, or when they submit the SIP, what's existing on the site, that you assess the requirements and the above and beyonds and that kind of thing?
My recommendation would be to do it at the master plan. This is
Great.
essentially asking for a landscaping plan with the current tree canopy on the site.
Yeah, so the instead of calling it a master plan and then a specific implementation plan, because that's got a specific connotation with the traditional town development district, and we talk about preliminary land development and final land development plans. Yes, I think you'd have to conduct this survey at the preliminary land development plan approval stage. You would actually be getting into the specific details for, if you're replacing trees, where those are going, and the kind of the minutia of it in the final land development. But as far as conducting the survey, identifying the canopy to be preserved, either required or incentivized, that would be conducted. That would be done at the preliminary land development approval phase.
Thanks.
Yeah, I actually had one question. I mean, I think this is written pretty well for a property that has a fair number of trees on it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're taking a farm that has a fairly, rarely, not very many trees, is there any, I didn't see anything in here where there's a consideration for what if the trees happen to be where you have to put the road for access to the development? Is there anything, if you've got a lot of trees, it's one thing. If it's not many, then it becomes a question. I think it could be really problematic.
And I believe that a draft of this ordinance had a paragraph in here about additional tree plantings.
Oh, okay. I may have missed that then. Okay.
There's also an escape clause there under 2A, where it can
Not
be
really.
demonstrated that it's not practical to do.
But there are only two conditions listed for showing it not practical. Those are that they're dead or they're invasive.
And
So
all of these, and the preservation aspect of this, and it would have to be approved by the township arborist.
Right.
Like, we wouldn't have the developer say, I'm going to preserve this 20%
Right.
of this tree canopy of these dying trees right here.
Yeah.
So it is
For
going to
all-
be a
all
lot of
these,
groundwork.
autumn olives over here. We'll
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can add a third provision there where it's, kind of a town, staff determination that it's not practical.
Yeah, I think that would cover it. I mean, I'm not sure that it's going to come up, but if you're doing a farm lot, it very well could, where there's just not enough trees to
And
really.
your point about access or other kinds of encumbrances may interfere with the preservation of those trees. And if you're talking about a very, finite number to begin with, that may be an issue. So we can kind of put a catch-all in there too.
And if they can be new trees planted as a replacement, then I think that, would be the option that would work. So.
Mm-hmm.
or maybe some other part to be designated sort of as a natural growth area, and maybe in 5, 10, 15 years we'll get those trees.
Are there incentives to, I see it says encourage to maintain contiguous tree masses. Are there actually incentives attached to that encouragement?
The current draft solely has parking incentives.
So how would then maintain contiguous tree mass translate to parking trade?
I think it's more of when we receive a land development plan and we are looking at the tree canopy and what we want to preserve, we want to keep it continuous, as opposed to I'm going to preserve this bunch here and this bunch over there. We're going to try and maintain this continuous tree canopy coverage because it's better for the environment, species, animals, etc. Would
Yeah,
be
I don't
our
know
goal.
that we, right, I don't, you know, when you put encouraged in an ordinance, sometimes you wonder, is it even worth putting it in there? But I think in a lot of the discussion, it was, we can't really tell them which 20% to preserve. We got to let them tell us and then approve the plan or provide feedback and try to persuade them.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying. So I'm just wondering, and maybe I'm not thinking about this the right way, and I think I'll end my comments here. I'm just wondering if in that case, then if they're meeting some sort of minimum of the 20% preserved, and they could meet it in a splotchy way or a contiguous way, can we add another incentive onto that? If you're going to encourage it, how would you encourage it? Let's incentivize it. And what would that look like? It's a question I'm posing. Maybe the tree commission can think about it, the planning commission think about it.
Yeah,
thanks.
Definitely.
A really flashy certificate that they can put in their office that says
Yeah,
they did a great job.
Start printing
I'm
them
willing
now.
to give a little. I don't know. There you go. You get a free bumper sticker.
I know where you got that.
Me too.
So
Thank you.
I just can't get beyond Prasenjit's background.
I know. Me too.
The
I keep
turkey's
forgetting
done.
that.
Sorry, I'll turn it off. I did not.
Oh, that's fine. It's
No, I think it's funny, but I'm at this hour, I'm totally distracted by
I keep thinking, why doesn't it say tofurkey? Because I'm a vegetarian.
okay.
Thanks to the Tree Commission for all their work on this.
Yes, they've spent a lot of time on it. I feel like they probably, well, I know they would have spent more time on it if they could. So, you know, I'm sure they'd be willing to get back involved as they're needed.
Thank you. I guess I do have one final comment. I was just thinking, so, you know, again, connecting it to that canopy study, part of the ongoing assessment that staff is going to be doing is where are the holes in the ages of our forest? And so when you're looking at what you want to preserve, you may want to preserve something more mature, or you may want to preserve middle-aged clumps of trees, or so in the next iteration of this, I don't know if that question's been posed because we didn't have this canopy study, but maybe integrating something in here about that as a goal and how staff can interact with that and incentivize that at the right time. Thanks. I'm really done. Tofurkey's done.
Okay, well, I think we will probably be revisiting this at some point. So if more questions come up, we'll have another chance. So now we get to staff and committee reports. I guess instead of just going through all of them, I'm going to say, is there anything that you feel should be added to the agendas that are attached on any of your committees? And we'll just
Before we get there, Mr. Chairman, maybe I missed the motion to refer the tree preservation
I
ordinance.
thought this was discussion, but I see it's not.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, so yeah, I would take a motion.
I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors refer the draft tree preservation ordinance to the Planning Commission for review and a recommendation.
Prosenjit, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll go to the committee reports. If there's anything that we should be commenting on.
So I'll
And
just
see-
make a comment.
Yeah.
There was, I think one of the major discussions was that we want a climate action committee and how do we restructure the current committee or committees to create this other committee and not have overlaps. So that is going to come in the next few months or the next year or so.
Great. Okay. And there are no others. I'll go to staff reports. Starting with the manager.
I think I speak for all staff when I say that the reports are in your packet, unless there are any questions.
All right.
Can I just ask one question? I
Sure.
promise it'll be so quick. It's about the comments on the COG budget. Did we send our comments in? I just couldn't remember where exactly we left that. The reason I ask is because I had seen a couple of other municipalities were discussing the COLA and merit increases that were included. We had long discussions about, and particularly relating them back to their own municipal budgets and what they're doing with their staff. So I think our comments might be echoed by other municipalities. And so I just wanted to
Those will be on the
see
finance committee.
if we were still having to
agendas.
talk about that or if that had already moved forward.
No, the comments have gone in, and the finance committee will be discussing them tomorrow morning. So if anybody wants to come back to Zoom at 8:30 in the morning, you can join right in.
At about 9:30 tonight, too, Joe Vigilone sent out the matrix in response to those comments. So, Mr. Glenn, if you want to just take a look at that, it does have an updated table of it, particularly as it pertains to salary and merit, of where the municipalities are with those discussions in response to the township's comment.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Then are there any communications to the board that need to be shared? No. And let's see, we have for calendar items, the budget meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And it is still tomorrow at 6 o'clock, not today. So
I will send out tomorrow a discussion guide to the board.
Thank you.
And then on Thursday, we have the authorities, boards, and commissions interviews. And I believe at this time, it's just the library and the sewer authority. Is that right, Dave?
That's correct.
Okay. Because the others, there were an incumbent that wanted to be reappointed and no one else applying. So we don't need a interview for that. So I think we're set with those. And on that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Laura moves that.
We're adjourned. See you in a few
Good night.
hours.
Good night.